Select Committee on Transport, Public Service and Administration, Public Works and Infrastructure. As you've heard in our conservation that the chairperson is not in the meeting, we'll be starting with this meeting. We're gonna allow Mr. Honorable Khai to assist in this regard while we are waiting for the chairperson. I know he will join in. Chairperson, if members are amenable with that proposal, we can proceed.
Let's support that proposition and let us proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Khai, let me flag let me request Enrico to flag the agenda.
Okay. Let me formally then open the meeting on behalf of Chairperson Kenny Moimang, and greetings to honorable members, greetings to Honorable Minister.
Recording
TV,
in progress.
and also good morning to Honorable Deputy Minister. We like to welcome, special welcome to and congratulations to Minister Kivit. We've been working with her in the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, which is this committee. We congratulate her for being appointed as the Minister of Public Service and Administration. Greetings also to the DG and the entities, Public Service Commission, Center for Public Service Innovation, and the National School of Government. We will then start with you, Lupera, to indicate who's present and also if there are any apologies.
Thank you, Chairperson. The following members, I've noted them, they are present on the platform. Is it yourself, Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Mama Rakhani, and Honorable Lond, Honorable Dango, and Honorable Bratathe? The apologies that we have received, it's from Honorable Mushodi. He's attending the budget speech in our province, and also the standing apology of Honorable Honorable Landsman. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I think what we'll do, honorable members, we will take all the presentations and then we will have questions and responses to the questions that will be members will be posing. At this stage, I will allow Honorable Minister to make her input and the opening remarks.
Chairperson, if I may, members may be running away towards the end of the meeting and we may not have a quorum. Should we not just take and consider the adoption of the minutes quickly and then carry on?
How many sets of minutes do we have?
It's only one, Chair.
Oh, only one. Oh, okay. Can we do so then? Sorry. Rebecca will indicate when the chairperson joins.
Yes, I will.
Okay. You can scroll down, Enrico. Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members, are there any corrections? If not, can we have a mover for the adoption of the minutes of the last meeting?
Chairperson, I moved for the adoption of the minutes as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tango. Any seconder?
I
Honorable member?
second, Honorable Chairperson, I 2 seconds, Mama Rehane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mama Khan. Any counter? Motion? Not. So the minutes have been adopted. Thank you very much, honorable members. Without wasting any time, let's welcome honorable members and also request the members the microphones are on to present. Honorable Tim Brataset, can you kindly mute your mic? Thank you so much. Over to you, Mambe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the meeting. Good morning to your good self, to the Honorable members of the committee, to the Deputy Minister, Dr. Pilana Machake, as well as DG and her team, as well as the support team from Parliament. A good morning to you all. Let me start, Chair, by indicating that owing to the gadgets that we are utilizing, I will request your permission that after about 30 minutes, this gadget that I'm using now will be going in for some service, and therefore I will be using my phone to connect thereafter. But I will be in the meeting, but probably when I provide responses later on, it may be that I'm not sure if I'll be able to use the screen, but for now I'm fine. It's just to make that request to the committee so that when that time comes, everybody understands. It's not out of disrespecting the committee. Meeting this time takes place a day or so after after May Day, having had a long weekend celebrating Freedom Day, which has been a time for us to reflect on our past, where we come from, but also look this opportunity coming before this meeting provides us also an opportunity to reflect on our way forward. And I like the writings from Paula Frey, a Brazilian educator, who, if I were to quote him, when he talks about freedom and talks about this period we're in, it says, looking at the past must only be a means of understanding more clearly what and who you are, so you can wisely build the future. So we are here, Chair, now to truly contribute to building our future. And we are also meeting here coming out of a very ugly strike, which one always hopes we never see the occurrences ever again in our lifetime, where people have been barred from accessing health services by public servants. It becomes so painful. And therefore, because even during the times of apartheid, those dark days, when there would have been a stay away, a strike, and all those kinds of actions that involved going away from the workplace, health workers were given the right to go to work so as to be able to help others. So it becomes painful that during our time, during our freedom, we see people trampling on citizens' rights in the manner that that strike has done to South Africans. And therefore, it is time for us to apologize to our South African citizens, but also it is time for us to indicate what we will be doing. And therefore, you will see in the presentation, because we have agreed that we need to deal with the issue of minimum standards for services, especially for essential services workers during a strike. And therefore, shortly, we will be engaging all role players in having a proper agreement that determines how and we do that. But also, in the interest of building a capable, ethical, and developmental state as derived from the NDP 2030, we need to ensure that we revolutionize the public service in a manner that ensures that the quality of services to citizens is forever improved. And therefore, we are here, Honorable Chair. The presentation will reflect on the retreat for management of various departments, starting with our own Treasury, COCTA, the sector departments, that is basic education, police, health, those departments that employ quite a number of people, and those who are in the coalface of services to citizens, and as well as the bargaining councils in the public sector. All those people will be meeting in the next 2 days on a retreat to discuss and come up with proposals on the management of the wage bill, because it is also another area of concern. Managing that moving forward is a necessary thing to do. And these are urgent tasks that we are dealing with, so as to normalize the workplace. We are also talking on professionalization working with the school, the National School of Government, we will revise the disciplinary code, especially as it affects the senior managers, because we do have the problem of suspensions that take too long and people abusing the systems that are available for dispute resolution, but kind of exploiting the democratization of the workplace. We will also be talking to the protection of public servants that are whistleblowers, because we also realize that for us to fight corruption in the public service, we depend more on colleagues reporting each other. And when we do not protect the whistleblower, then people do not blow the whistle. And yet, with these incidents of corruption, especially in the public service, are robbing and depriving citizens of their rights. We are also indicating that with regards to the singles public service, there are two pieces of legislation that are before the Parliament, which I've submitted, I think it's 2 to 3 weeks now, that they are in the NA. That is the PAMA, Public Administration Management Act, as well as the Public Service Act. Both those acts, we have proposals to strengthen the management of the public service therein. And we also talk to integration of the public service. As you may be aware that we've long been talking about a single public service, but we also in the strengthening the political admin dichotomy, which currently is a challenge. You find a lot of turnover at very senior or at DDG levels because of this area of conflict or disputes that arise between the politicians that lead the department, which is executive authorities, as well as administrative authorities. We would want to see to normalization of that space by ensuring that we devolve admin duties that currently would be performed by executive authorities strictly to administrators, so that there's a clear delineation of duties and functions as well as responsibilities. We also are tabling, will be tabling, we haven't tabled yet, but the Public Service Commission bill is at its last stages now, and it is to, I know that it is in the system for me to take it to cabinet. Once it goes through to cabinet, then it will come to Parliament. It's a long outstanding bill, but at least now we've seen to its finality. With respect to the CPSI, you will find the kind of technology innovations, technological innovations that seek to improve provision of services, as well as the use or utilization of two-song centers to ensure that services to communities are easily accessible through innovative means. And therefore, I do have the heads of the institutions administratively. We do have Dr. Busan Ngawin from the NSG, we do have Ms. Yoli Somakasi from the department, and we do have Sis Lydia from the CPSI. And therefore, Chair, I will, with your permission, depending on which one who's starting first in the agenda, allow the senior management present, as led by the DGs, as well as the executive, what's the acting CEO of the CPSI to continue with the presentations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Delegates, for the opening remarks, as well as the overview of the work of the department and its entities. I will hand over to DG Makasi to take us through the department presentation. Will be followed by a Public Service Commission, National School of Governance, and then the Center for Public Service Innovation, in that order. Over to you, DG.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'll just show my video a little bit to confirm that I'm not a robot. Good morning to the honorable members of the committee. And I just want to ask Secretariat to show the presentation or give me rights to be able to show it from my side.
I think I've been given the co-host rights. I see.
Oh, I've been given the co-host rights. Okay, let me try and showcase it from my side. I don't know if members can see the presentation.
It's coming.
All
Yeah,
right.
there it is. If it can be on full slide, please, DG.
Let me try and I'm not so good on Zoom now. I'm confused about how to do a full slide. Sorry, Chair.
No problem. Take your time.
Colleagues from CPSI, can somebody help me? Let me stop my video first. The screen is too busy. Colleagues from CPSI, somebody please help me on full slide.
Or maybe you can take yours out then, and they will ask.
Take yours out and I will share for you.
Thank you, Linda. I think that works better.
Yes.
Thank you. But I think I can just start.
Can I also be, sorry, Didi, can I also be given rights to share?
Hlopeka, can you take out the rights from DG and give them to the presenter?
Yes, Chair, the rights granted.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, it's coming, DDG. Thank you. I can see it from my side, and I'd like to start on that note, Chair. So, DDG, don't forget to put it on presentation format.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you, DDG. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start with the first slide, which is the condensed page. If we can move, DDG. Chair, we will share the presentation between the three of us. It's which is myself, the DDG administration, as well as the Chief Director responsible for finances, the CFO. It is a little bit of a long presentation, but we will try and we will cut. We will jump some of. So I will jump some of the introductory slides because the committee is really aware of the mandate and the legislative mandate of the DPSA. So I'm not going to spend much time on those particular slides. If we can move to the next slide, DDJ. In this slide, what we basically are assuring the committee is that This strategic, I mean, this annual operational plan was prepared by colleagues. It's not a one-man show. We started with our pre-planning sessions at a branch level. Each branch, we have about 5 branches. And then that culminated into an elaborate planning process characterized by a strat plan. And after a strat plan, we've had a number of special exco sessions just to clean our final APP. We've also received inputs from DPME because we have to submit various copies of the first and the second drafts. And the third draft, we must submit to the DPME for further inputs and alignment with the government priorities. We've gone through that process, including the Department of Women and Youth, on some of the issues that relate to targets in respect to women and youth, as well as persons with disabilities, and National Treasury from a financial management point of view in the targets associated with that. The vision of the department has not changed. We're operating on the strategic plan for the previous, which is a 5-year strategic plan, and we are on the 5th year of the strategic plan in the current financial year. So it has not really changed from the vision and the mission aspect. If we can move to the next slide, colleagues. In the next slide, this is the constitutional mandate of the DPSA. Again, the members are aware of it. Basically, section 1971 and 2 of the Constitution go into detail about our role and responsibilities as the department in respect to public administration and how it should be governed, values and principles that are enshrined in our Constitution. I won't go into detail on them, but our work centers around expression of these values and principles. And next slide. I think the next 2 slides will be dealing with the legislative mandate in terms of the Public Service Act of 1994 and the PAMA, Public Administration Management Act. These are the 2 legislations that Minister has just referred to, that we have gone through a process of amending, and now the process has reached the stage of being tabled in Parliament. We have done the necessary consultations with Labour, both at the PSCPC and at NETLEC, and we have also put it out there for comments and inputs. We've received a lot of good inputs from our members in the public service and other concerned partners or partners who have contributed. If we can move to the next slide. If we can pass slide 7 as well. Pass that slide. And then the next slide looks at the DPSA high-level organizational structure. It's just showing here that we have 5 DDGs, and these DDGs are responsible for branches, and our work is organized according to the 5 branches. And so you'll see in detail when we present on the APP in terms of the organization of that work. Next slide, please. Here, we're just highlighting the 5 strategic plan outcomes, our strategic plan being 2020 to 25. The first area of our strategic plan, in fact, Chair, I made a mistake. This is not the last implementing year. The last implementing year is 24-25. I just want to highlight that the key 5 strategic plan outcomes is we're looking at improved implementation of Batupile program. We look at the fight. The second one is around the intensifying the fight against corruption in the public service, and then a complete implementation of the Public Administration Management Act and improved implementation of administrative policies in the public service and a stabilized public service. Next slide, please. The next slide basically takes us through the MTSF targets. Members would know that the annual operational plan of the department is really focused on ensuring that the MTSF targets are implemented and achieved within the period of 5 years, because the MTSF targets are 2020 to 25, which means they are part of our strategic plan. And the MTS, if you look at the hierarchy, you will have the NDP as the longer term plan. You will have the MTSF as an expression of the NDP over a 5-year period, and you'll have the annual performance plans as an implementation tool of the MTSF on an annual basis. So these are the 9 deliverables that the Minister for Public Service is directly responsible for in the MTSF. And you would see how we have translated these into our implementation plans over a period of time. We are in the current financial year focusing a lot on implementation of some of the tools that we have developed and some of the directives that we have developed. So you will see in our APP, we talk about number of departments supported a lot because we are implementing a lot of this work that we have done in the past 3 years, Chairperson. I don't want to go into detail into this work except to highlight that there's a direct alignment between this work and the annual operational plan of the department on an annual basis. If we can move to the next one. The next slide focuses on the deliverables of the minister, MTSF deliverables, where the Minister of Public Service is supporting other ministers. The first one, the lead department is the PSC. And I mean, the minister is the minister that supports the work of the PSC or supports the president in respect to work of the PSC. And here we're talking about 95% resolution of reported incidents of corruption in government by 2024. Implement the integrated financial management system. This is a deliverable of National Treasury. The department, we are responsible to implement the HR chapter of the integrated financial management system in the entire public service as the department. However, I think members would know this problem has had a lot of challenges. This program, it's not really moved at the level where it's been expected to move. Colleagues are also appearing at SCOPA because of some of the delays and the spending that relates to this program. There's also been investigations, I think, by SIU and by the public protector as well in respect to this program. Reduction in the operational costs of administering government. Here, the lead department is National Treasury. We are contributing as DPSA, especially around the administrative costs that are sitting within our departments in terms of administering government. We will explain earlier on around the review of our regulations and how we're contributing to cutting the red tape, because this is about really cutting the red tape and rediverting resources into critical substantive work in departments. Section 100 and 139 Monitoring and Intervention Act in place. We have made contributions here, inputs through the legislative processes led by the Department of Cooperative Governance. And the program by national and provincial departments to capacitate and intervene in challenge state institutions. We have made contributions here to COGTA. We've also been part of some of the interventions and capacity initiatives that are linked to those interventions. For instance, in Northwest, we've been part of the intervention in that province. The next slide, please, Linda. This slide continues on the supporting work the minister is doing or contributing work that National Cluster System IMCs and implementation forums reviewed by March 2020. This is a work that is led mainly by DPSA and COGTA because we are responsible for the GSKIT cluster as well as this particular department and COGTA, and we've been supported by the presidency. This work has been completed. I think what is important now is the implementation of the recommendations that are coming out of that, and that is led by the presidency. Biannual progress reports submitted to Cabinet on the implementation of MTSF. Again, these are done by presidency, but we do our reports as the GSKIT cluster in respect to this MTSF reporting. Head of National Administration and head of public service established. The lead department here is the presidency. We've supported this process. The legislation also delegates this responsibility directly to the amendments. The proposed amendments in the legislation delegate directly to the head, to the DG in the presidency. And DG presidency has started doing this particular work as delegated by the president. 5 high-risk SOE governance systems reviewed. This is work of DPME. We are supporting that work as DPSA to some extent, but I think the key partners is NT and the Department of Public Enterprises. And then the last one is a program to facilitate participatory governance mechanisms and citizen engagement. The lead department is DCOG. We are contributing as DPSA, especially as it relates to a DDM program. The next slide, please. We just highlighted, Chair, before we get into the detail of our annual plan, we just highlighted areas we regard as burning platforms. These are the issues that are always getting attention and that we have struggled over time to deal with them as a department, but and as the public service broadly rather. And so we are trying to revamp this work and introduce some interventions around, especially the first 2 areas. The third one, it's the ongoing work around implementation of the professionalization framework approved in October last year by Cabinet. The first area in terms of this work is the long-drawn precautionary suspensions. Next slide, DDG. In terms of this work, I think that this just to highlight a bit, the recent statistics, which we may not have shared to the committee recently, in terms of the long-drawn precautionary suspensions, those are the numbers that you have. You have SAPS, which is leading. It's a big department, so it makes sense that they have these larger numbers than everybody, followed by correctional services, followed by Home Affairs and NPA, as well as Justice Department and higher education. Those are the top 5 departments. The total cost being incurred by national departments on precautionary suspensions stands currently at 61,905,593. Yes, let's move to the next slide. This slide is, there are 292 precautionary suspensions across provincial departments. The highest being KwaZulu-Natal. We've been doing lots of work with this province. Many of their cases also have to do with educators, and there are delays in terms of the Education, Labor Relations Council in some instances, and they also impact on completion of these particular cases. So it will be KwaZulu-Natal, followed by Free State Province, followed by Mpumalanga, followed by Northern Cape. And I think the 5th one, we're just looking at the top 5, and the 5th one becomes Western Cape. And at the cost of 203 million for the entire, almost 204 million for the entire suspensions in provinces. Next slide, please. Some of the planned interventions, Chair, in the short term, we are issuing, we have done an assessment and a research on this work, and we know what are the key areas that are contributing to cases not being completed on time, and we are targeting the SMS suspensions in terms of some of these interventions. We are targeting the SMS suspensions in the short term, Chair, because it is quicker in terms of the turnaround times compared to those who are not at SMS, because those who are not at SMS, their matters have to go to the bargaining council, and there's consultations you must do at that level. SMS level is handled outside of the bargaining council, and when we analyze the cases, we think that there's immediate changes that can be made to contain the SMS suspensions, whilst we are dealing with the consultations and the reviews that we are doing in respect to the bargaining council. So here we will issue a policy directive, and we want to address, amongst others, the issue of postponements and delays. We want to deal with the issue of forum shopping by employees that are being disciplined. I think this is the issue that Minister had a much more appropriate wording for it, which is about abuse of our democratic processes by employees who are being disciplined. We want to review and align turnaround times for disciplinary processes. The 60 days time frame is the turnaround time frame put in place to ensure that an employee has been charged and the first hearing has been convened. And usually it's very rare that a disciplinary process can be finished within the first hearing. So it is impossible to ensure that after charging an employee, the disciplinary hearing gets completed immediately, because there's processes that are prescribed by law that must be followed in respect to that. So we are going to clarify this issue and align the timeframes accordingly. Consequences to employer and employees who delay conclusion of cases. Data that is at our disposal show that the employer contributes to delaying cases at times, and also the employees contribute to delaying cases at times because they delay and delay and delay, and there's no limit in terms of how long can a case, how many times can an employer or an employee delay the continuation of a case because of this or that reason and this and that they have to do. So we are doing research now to see how we can impose some deadlines in respect to these particular areas. Strengthen the role of labor relations officers in discipline process. We note that many departments don't use labor relations officers to handle discipline processes. Instead, they use the legal units. And this also contributes to protecting cases because the legal units, lawyers have a different way of working and they are trained in accordance to that way. Categorize type of cases that can be chaired internally and externally. Again, some cases are too complex to be chaired internally and they require to be chaired externally, and some requires to be chaired by lawyers. And in such instances, we should be able to provide, especially cases involving SMS members at times. So we need to provide the guidance in relation to that and the classification of such cases. We want to establish an independent panel, which could be at a ministerial committee level or an independent panel of lawyers that will give, review the current cases that are long drawn and make recommendations on how these cases can be completed as immediate as possible. Chair, I want to highlight that in terms of the laws that are governing this work, it is only the accounting officer that can take a decision on those cases. So we can only as a department make recommendations in respect to those cases. If we may move, Linda, to the next slide. The next slide, we basically deal with the medium term, which is April 2023 to March 2024. We're looking here at establishing coordinated mechanisms for SMS suspension. So we want to introduce an automated online reference system that also has a workflow capability. We want to review the discipline code, which also affects the people who are lower than SMS, as well as the SMS handbook also is being reviewed in the current financial year. In the long term, we want to have a fully automated system and an online library of all cases of suspension in the public service. In the next slide, it deals with the second pending platform matter, which is around vacancy management in the public service. Currently, our vacancies stand at 12.93% in the public service holistically. As you can see, the highest province is Eastern Cape in terms of vacancies, followed by Northern Cape, followed by Northwest, followed by Western Cape, followed by Limpopo, and followed by KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, and national as well is above 10%. Below 10%, we only have 2 provinces. And I must highlight that one of these provinces is Free State, and they've been consistent in keeping their vacancies below, I think, below 8% from the statistics that I've seen. And we just want to commend them for that. The next slide, I will jump it because it's the vacancy rate analysis that I've just done now. The planned interventions on vacancy analysis, we will update this slide, Chairperson, because in the meeting that we have with the portfolio committee yesterday, there were other contributions that were made that we need to build into this slide. including a consideration of in the future, adding a deliverable on contracts of the Director Generals. We also do work with AG. We have signed an MOU with AG. I've seen that they are asking for a meeting with us urgently so that we can agree on the areas they are going to target in support of our work for the incoming audit. And so we are looking forward to that because it helps us with also enforcing our compliance. But these are some of the work that we are going to do. Out of the 144,000 vacancies that we have picked up on PESAL, we have also picked up that there are departments that have included unfunded vacancies on PESAL. And now in May, we want to remind them again to remove those unfunded positions on PESAL and put them on their HR plans. They will bring them back on PESAL once they have secured funding for those positions from Treasury. And we will be auditing the vacancies again in June. We do this on a quarterly basis. And we are working on a directive for the MPSA that is going to issue, and the monthly monitoring. We do monthly monitoring as the cluster and FOSAT, and a quarterly reporting to Cabinet on vacancies. This is the request the President made during our meeting, the meeting with the President and the DGs and DDGs, and also task the DG Presidency to really look after the issue of filling of vacancies. The last part I'm going to speak to before I hand over to my colleagues, Chair, is the professionalization framework. On the professionalization framework, I think that members are aware what the professionalization framework is about. So I'm going to ask that we jump to the slide that talks to the actual implementation that we're focusing on, colleagues, which would be slide 24, I think, yes. Here, but what we are basically highlighting is the work that we are currently doing in terms of implementing what is in the professionalization framework. Our key deliverables for 2023-24, we're highlighting them here. The Integrated Public Service Handbook, this includes the reviews I've spoken about of the SMS Handbook as well, but we want a common platform of interpretation for all our legislations as they relate to how we professionalize the public service and our professionalization standards. We are reviewing we are completing the process of reviewing the public service regulations and our directives and circulars. This is really aimed at reducing the red tape and compliance overkill that is currently being experienced by departments. We are also devolving operational matters from executive authorities to HODs or accounting officers. This is done through the legislation, and there are relevant amendments in the legislation. This is also aimed at improving the political administrative interface, and it's in the legislative amendments. Also, there's work on standard operating procedures. You'll see we are supporting departments to implement work around the organizational functionality assessment, which is part of Program 5, as well as work around business process mapping, which contributes around our standard operating procedures in the public service. Psychometric integrity testing is it's a tool that is under development. This tool is what is supposed to help us to ensure that our recruitment processes, we integrate the integrity assessments work that needs to be done before we employ people in the public service. The next slide, please, colleagues. This slide continues on the implementation that we're doing. I think here the issue around knowledge management and developing systems in the public service, we have issued a directive or prepared a directive that must be issued around data management in the public service, because data now is the new gold, and we need to use data for evidence-based decision-making in the public service more effectively. The digitization and embracing the gig economy, I've highlighted here some of the work we do with DCDT and CETA, as well as National Treasury. It's ongoing work. Minister has also tasked us to do some work around the aging public service and the need to increase youth representation through strengthening our internship pipeline and enabling specialist skills recruitment, because you can actually be able to recruit a young person who has a master's degree in a specialist area without having been in the public service for 5 or 10 years. In a management position. So part of the regulations we are making it easier for departments to be able to do this. Honorable members, last year we invested in a personnel expenditure review for the public service as part of the work that we are doing on single public administration. So it's for the public sector. The work that we've done is for the public sector, not for the public service, which means we have not just looked at government departments, we have also extended working with SALGA and local government institutions to local government, and we extended to some of our public entities. And this work has been completed, and it's contributing, it's research work that is contributing towards the development of our remuneration policy in the public service, and we will be sharing the outcomes as well with our colleagues in public entities at DPE, as well as at local government, so that they can also take the processes forward in respect to that. So this work, we've completed the research. We are now starting the process of developing the policy. We have to take the research to cabinet, and we have to consult as well a number of stakeholders on the remuneration policy. The review of performance management system, it's also provided for in the professionalization framework. Cabinet has asked us to prioritize the review of HOD contracts, and there is a submission that is on the way to cabinet before the end of the first quarter. The review of the revolving door policy. This policy helps us to deploy some of our managers and colleagues to the institutions, academic institutions, maybe to strengthen our research capability, to the private sector, maybe to learn new business models, and to civil society structures. We would also be an opportunity to receive people as public service from those spaces seconded to the public service. And this work, we are reviewing this revolving door policy because it's work that had been done some time ago. It needs to be updated and aligned with the intentions of the professionalization framework. We have signed MOUs with institutions of higher learning like VERDS, like Regenesis, and SAPAM. SAPAM is an association for public administration and management that we work closely with as DPSA. The idea, and we are implementing these partnerships. Recently, we had a meeting with the heads of departments that are responsible for public management, teaching and curriculum in universities. And so the work we do with them is looking at how we integrate the aspects of the professionalization framework into the curriculum, so that the people who are produced out of the system are already aware and are able to operate at the level that is required by the professionalization framework. The other issue that the president has tasked us on as the DGs is around the work on coaching and mentorship. Firstly, for us as director generals, as leaders in the public service and public sector broadly, but also for the employees in the public service, especially the management team in the public service, so that we are able to bring in the adaptability from a leadership perspective and leadership development of our public servants, especially at leadership level. So, Chair, this is just a high level commitment to some of the work that we're doing in respect to this. I know that there's other issues that NSG will talk to, like the extension of the Nukela program. We're working with them to extend the Nukela program to lower levels, the mandatory training in terms of the type of training that we have to do in a mandatory manner in the public service, which is being carried by the NSG. The last slide, Chair, I'm not going to spend time on it. I'm going to ask my colleague to take over because I've already reflected on this slide as part of the work we're doing in terms of legislative review. Thank you, Chairperson. With your permission, I'd like to hand over to DDG Linda.
Thank you very much, DG. At this stage, I noticed that the chairperson is back. Chair, we received SMS this morning that the meeting starts at 9 instead of at 10. So we were also informed that you were in the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. So we were not sure whether it was going to end at 10. So we collectively decided that we should continue and hand over to you when you are back. So it's over to you. We have decided that the department will start, followed by a Public Service Commission, NSG, and Center for Public Service Innovation. So it will be in that order. For now, we're still with the DPSA. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, for holding the fort. I highly appreciate it, as I was in the Committee of Intelligence, as you have correctly. But let's allow the sequence of presentation to continue as raised, as agreed upon by the meeting. Over to the PSC now.
No, it's still the department there, Chair. But there's I don't know, the DG who's taking us through the APP.
DDG Linda, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Can I request that the Chair proceed until the department is done, then I'll take it over after this department. Thank you.
Fine, Chair. It's fine. Okay.
Sure.
Sis Linda.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the Chair, honorable members, to the honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, and the
And we also
DGs.
see that you are not a robot, Sis Linda.
Okay, let me find.
Oh, there you are. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know if they. I'm struggling to see these slides. I don't know if you can. There's another way of doing it, of making it a full slide without this other one that is accompanying it.
Oh.
Because I have, especially if I have to also see
Yeah.
the participants, then it make it even smaller.
Okay, I'll try, Chair. I thought all along it was on the full.
Maybe
Is this
CP
better?
Yeah, that's much better. Maybe
Okay.
Center for Public Service Innovation should also run. That's
That's
easy.
true. Okay, so
But you can continue there.
okay, thank you very much, Chair. So as DG said, I will be taking the committee through the APP targets for 2023-24. As the DG was presenting, I hope the members did get a sense that the footprint of the PSA is all national departments as well as all provincial departments. So the work that we will be presenting now, say for Program 1, which is internally focused, is therefore done with all the departments in national government as well as provincial governments working through the offices of the Premier. I'll skip the slide. DG has already given a sense that the work of the department is categorized into 5 branches that are led by the various DDGs. Program 1, Chair, is essentially regulatory work that we are required to comply to. That includes fruitless, wasteful, and irregular expenditure monitoring. What we are targeting for the next 3 years, starting with 2023, is to see a reduction in the cases of fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the department, starting with a 70% reduction in this year. We'll also be continuing to report on our compliance with the BBBEE prescripts as well as increasing the representation of women in the SMS positions of the department. And our intention, even though we've reflected 50%, is to exceed the 50%, so that when we have movements such as resignations, people going on retirement, it doesn't affect the 50% representation. And the DG has also approved affirmative action measures as provided for in the employment equity plan, where we have put measures to have a positive bias towards the appointment of women in the department at SMS positions, and will be continuing with the implementation of those affirmative action to ensure that we reach and exceed the target. Our intention when it comes to youth representation in the department, the target that was issued by the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities is 30%. So for this year, we are targeting to at least achieve 19% and 30% respectively in the outer 2 years. So the intention is therefore to make sure that where young people meet the requirements for the positions, that they are accordingly appointed into those positions. Also noting that currently we cannot have affirmative action measures for youth employment because they are not covered in the Employment Equity Act as designated group, but the department will be embarking on a number of processes to ensure that we create opportunities in terms of jobs where young people can easily access those jobs. With respect to persons with disabilities, the national target up until last year, I think, was 2%. However, it has since been increased to 7%. So we are planning to meet this target incrementally, starting with 3.5% in this financial year and achieving 7% in 2025-26. Again, we'll be having a number of interventions to ensure that we recruit persons living with disabilities. The department also has a program for supporting people that have disabilities. So what we just need to do is to make sure that we expand our reach to the persons that are living with disabilities, also work with the relevant institutions, such as the other DPSA, or Department for Disabilities, and making sure that when we send out the adverts, we send them to those institutions as well so that they can distribute. Minister and the DG spoke to the amendments to the Public Service Act. So the work that then would need to follow is to also align the current public service regulations of 2016 with the changes in the Act. So that would be work that is done this year as well as developing a consolidated handbook on all review determinations and directives that are issued by DPSA. Currently, we have these determinations and directives sitting in different places in the main portal of access, which is our website. So the intention is that for easy access by both the clients that are the departments that we work with and any other interested parties, they should be able to have all our directives and determinations consolidated in one document that they can easily access. Program 2 deals with human resource management and development for the public service. Therefore, it is an externally focused program. As DG said, that the intention for the next 3 years really is to strengthen our implementation of our various prescripts. So you will see that throughout the branches, there is a lot of support work that will be done, starting with the supporting department on the implementation of the mandatory in-service training for the public service. That will be done over the next 3 years. So the 161 departments that we are reflecting includes all the national departments as well as all the provincial departments. The program will also be developing a public service human capital strategy. As the committee might be aware that the focus of HR over the past few years has moved from your transactional human resource management to what is called human capital management, and looking at how you implement all the different HR interventions or HR policies as part of one value chain that focuses on the employer or on the employee as human capital, and not just cogs in a machine that are just producing outputs. So the department will seek to have the strategy approved this year, and then supporting departments as part of the rollout in 2024 and also in 2025. We'll also be supporting departments on the implementation of the professionalization framework that the DG has spoken about. So both national and provincial departments will therefore be supported from 2023 until 2025. The next program deals with negotiations, labor relations, apologies for that aid there, and remuneration management. As the members are aware, we have just concluded a collective agreement for 2024. What we want to focus on in the next 3 years is to intensify our monitoring of the implementation of the collective agreement, because in the past, there's been disputes or there hasn't been full implementation by departments, leading to disputes by employees in some instances. So a concerted effort will be put to make sure that we monitor and address any areas of non-implementation over the next 3 years. And the personal expenditure review has been conducted, looking at the cost of wages in the public service and at the different sectors like your health and education. So the department was waiting for the conclusion of this work so that we can then develop a new remuneration dispensation for the public service, or rather review the current one that we have based on the findings of the personal expenditure review. So the outcomes of the review are going to be consulted at the CPSI with labor. And after that, the department will commence with the development of the policy that we are intending to have approved this year. And then also support departments in the implementation of the recommendations of the review in the outer 2 years. We had a challenge over the past 2 years with the job evaluation system for the public service, where the service provider that had developed and was maintaining the system indicated that they were leaving South Africa. Over the past 2 years or so, we've had challenges in finding a suitable service provider, and our supply chain processes of getting that service providers have failed, because either they don't meet the requirements or don't have the required capacity. So the job evaluation system, in short, is used before any post can be advertised. It will determine the level of the post as well as the salary for that post. So the intention, we were able to restart the process again, and we are hoping that the job evaluation system will finally be developed and will first be tested with all the portfolio departments under the Minister for Public Service and Administration, which is DPSA, NSG, and CPSI. And we then hope that after the testing, the system would be approved for implementation and will then support departments in the other 2 years to implement the system. Post-provisioning norms determine the number of posts that you will need per function in a department. So with this year, we are going to do research that will inform the development of the post-provisioning norms and have the norms approved and support departments in 2025. This work is directly linked to the work that the minister is responsible for in terms of comparing to organizational structures. So once we have post-provisioning norms, we'll be able to assess the requests for approval of structures more thoroughly based on what the norms are providing for each department in terms of the number of posts that they have put in their structure. So it will also enhance the current work that the minister is doing with respect to organizational structures. The minister has spoken about the measures for employed public servants who are whistleblowers. This work was also announced by the president in the 2023 SONA. So this year we are hoping to develop the guide and then to support departments in the outer 2 years in implementing the guide for the public service. DG spoke at length about the case backlog and the support that we'll be giving to departments to reduce the current cases that they have, labor relations cases, your discipline, misconduct, as well as suspensions. And the intention then is to offer the support and to also monitor the impact of that support on the cases that will be reduced. So we'll be doing that for the next 3 years, starting with 2023. In the next slide, the disciplinary code, the DG spoke to that as well as the work that we'll be doing on lifestyle audits. The departments have started implementing the lifestyle audits, and there's been incremental progress in the past 2 years. But as part of monitoring this work, we've realized that there are departments that are still non-compliant. So the intention is to select those non-compliant departments and to give them focused support so that they can start with the implementing the lifestyle audits. And then the outer 2 years will be supporting all departments in that regard. The work around ethics officers, they are the ones that are responsible for things like financial disclosures, even the lifestyle audits. The intention is to have their roles and functions standardized because part of the monitoring that the department has done is showing that because some departments don't employ ethics officers on a full-time basis, but they rather delegate. In some instances, that delegation works. In other instances, it doesn't work because people have other jobs that they are employed to do. So we are intending to then support departments by standardizing those roles and functions, and the minister will be issuing a directive in this regard. And the integrity management framework will be reviewed for approval and implementation by department. The fourth program deals with ICT for the public service. For this year, they will be developing proposals for digitizing the business process making program that is implemented by the CPSI. They'll also be supporting all national and provincial departments to implement the various ICT directives that have been issued by the department. And we'll also be developing an online compliance monitoring system to move away from paper-based and to have a much more integrated and quicker way for departments to report and submit their related plans to the DPSA for monitoring purposes. The last program, Chair, that I'll be speaking to is called Government Services Access and Improvement. Over the past few years, we've been piloting what we call an organizational functionality assessment framework that looks at various aspects of a department to assess whether the department is functioning optimally. So the pilot has since been concluded, and over the next 3 years, we'll be supporting all national and provincial departments to implement the framework. We'll also be supporting departments in implementing the business process modernization program. This was a request from Cabinet through the MTSF process that DPSA must modernize this process. mapping business processes towards improving service delivery. So it has to date been done manually. So the intention is to then modernize it by automating it and using that online platform for departments to map their processes. We'll also be supporting departments to implement the revised Batubili strategy that was approved by Cabinet as well. The Public Service Charter was entered into by government or the state as the employer, as well as labor. And we want to intensify the implementation of the Public Service Charter, and we'll be working with all departments in the next 3 years in supporting them. And the African review mechanism, the country had its peer review assessment, I think it was last year or the year before. Last year, we did submit the National Plan of Action and the review report to Cabinet. And this year and in the next 2 years, we'll be supporting 3 state institutions, increasing to 4 and 5 to implement the National Action Plan of Action, which is aligned to the recommendations of the review. We'll also be monitoring or supporting departments to implement the recommendations that came out of research that we have conducted on the state of service delivery in the country. And we'll be selecting 5 service delivery departments because we are looking specifically for those frontline departments. And the study then found gaps and challenges and made recommendations for improvement. The department would also be consolidating all service delivery related instruments into one single policy, just for better integration and implementation by departments. Chair, that brings me to the end of my part of the presentation. Through you, I will request the CFO to quickly take us through the financials for the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO.
Thanks, Linda. Good morning, Honorable Chair. Let me just share my video. If you can see, I hope you can see me. That's me.
Yeah.
Good morning also to members of the Select Committee, honorable members of the Select Committee. Also, good morning to the Minister, Deputy Minister, and heads of other institutions and colleagues. Honorable Chair, I'm just briefly going to take you through the last part of this presentation, which is the budget allocation for the Department of Public Service and Administration. In terms of the slide, the DPSA has been allocated a budget of 507,566,000 in the 2023-24 financial year, which is this financial year. We also, just for information's sake to the honorable members, indicating the outer years, which will obviously be reviewed on an annual basis when we engage with Treasury or during the budget process. If we include, then we also transfer, we also process transfers to Center for Public Service Innovation. Their budget is 45,894,000. All in all, the budget, total budget vote for budget allocation for the vote is 553,160,000. That's the budget that includes CPSI. As indicated earlier on, Honorable Chair, by the DG, we have 5 programs, which is administration. Administration takes the biggest chunk of the budget, which is 269 million. This is because this program is a support program. The Office of the Minister, the DM, the Office of the DG, Corporate Services, Security, and all the other support services are actually hosted under this program. The second program budget is which is human resource management and development, is allocated 49 million to support the work that we have highlighted in the previous slides. The third program is negotiations, labor relations, and remuneration management. That budget, this branch has been allocated the budget of 96 million. And the fourth program is e-governance services and information management, which deals with the information management in the public service. The budget is 29 million. And lastly, the government services access and improvement has been allocated the budget of 61 million. That's the allocation per program. If you go to the next slide, Honorable Chair, we're just highlighting and demonstrating through the pie chart how the distribution of the budget that I've highlighted in the previous slide in terms of the pie chart and percentage-wise, 49%, as I've indicated earlier on, that it goes to administration, which is the biggest branch, and it's followed by government service access and improvement, which takes 20% of the budget. This is because the budget for center CPSI in terms of the budget structure falls under this branch. So that's why it's taking 20% of the budget, and that is followed by negotiations, labor relations, and remuneration management, which takes 17% of the budget, and 9% and 5% goes to human resource management and development and e-government services and information management, respectively. The next slide, Honorable Chair and members, we indicating the items budget in terms of the items. We have compensation of employees, which is the budget that is allocated for salaries. For 2023-24, the budget is 300,214,000, which makes up for 54% of the entire budget. This is also because as DPSA, it's expected, as DPSA is a policy department, we rely on human resource to do our work. The second item, goods and services, its budget is 194,208,000, which is 35% of the budget allocation. This is basically our operational budget. This is and then followed by transfers and subsidies, which is allocated 52,515,000. Out of that 52 million, 45,894,000 is the one that is allocated to Center for Public Service Innovation, and the rest of the balance from that 52 million relates to payments of leave gratuity when people leave the department or either they go on retirement. The 1% of our budget goes to payment for capital assets. This is basically just to procure our working tools like our computer services, consumables, as well as replacement of furniture there and there. That's the budget in terms of the item allocation. The next slide, the next 5 slides, Chair, I'm not going to go through them. These are just for information for the honorable members. This is the same information that I've indicated in the previous slides, but here we're just indicating in terms of the program, the units that fall under each program. For example, in program 1, these are the units that fall under program 1, Ministry, Departmental Management, Corporate Services, Finance, as I've indicated, internal audit, up to office accommodation. And we also indicating the budget allocation. The next slide is program 2 also. We also indicating the units that fall under program 2, which we have 5 units that fall under program 2, and the distribution of the budget for each unit. The same applies to program 3, which is negotiations. If you go to the next slide. The previous slide is negotiations, labor relations, and remuneration. Also, we have 6 units that fall under that, and how the budget is distributed, and the total is 96 million, as I've indicated. The next program is program 4, which is e-government services and information. It consists of 5 units, and the budget allocation of each unit, the total is 29 million. And the last program, which is government services access and improvement, it consists of 6 units, and the budget allocation is 107. And as I've indicated, Center for Public Service Innovation falls under this program in terms of the budget structure and reporting to National Treasury. Honorable Chair, that concludes my presentation on the financial information. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Makura. DG, if there are any matters of emphasis on the APP and the budget from your side?
Thank you, Chair. I think we have taken enough time. We will leave it at that level, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we please take off the presentation? Yeah, thank you so much. At this stage, I will hand over now to the chairperson from the department side is Minister of Public Service and Administration, and also the Deputy Minister and the DG and the team. I would suggest that those that will be presenting on behalf of the entities, if they can introduce their delegations. The PSC will be first. I don't see the chair. I don't know if there are commissioners as present as well.
Chairperson, my name is Zukiswa Nkolomba. I'm the acting chairperson for the Public Service Commission this week. The chairperson is on leave until next week, Monday. So I will be introducing the team and giving the key highlights of our annual performance plan for the meeting. Otherwise, I would like to say good morning to you, Chairperson.
No, can you just hold on, please? I was just updating the chairperson. So the chairperson will take over the chairing now. So I was updating him who is present, and also, Chair, you may want to allocate time to the presenters. The 3 remaining presentation altogether, they have 94 slides. You may want to maybe allocate each entity a time. Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, for the sterling work in holding the fort. Greetings to honorable members of the select committee, and also the minister, giving also the deputy minister, and the delegation that the leadership is leading. Greetings to you also. I was informed that each team was given 30 minutes, but we appreciate the fact that the department, as the mother overseeing all other entities, had more to chew. So let's then allow the other entities, let's say 20 minutes each. Let's start with the PSC, and then agree that once all the presentations are made, we'll then be able to then engage with the presentation. Public Service Commission and also commissioners that are on the platform. Greetings to you also. Over to you, Giswa.
Yeah, Chairperson, if I may, we have two challenges. The one in Acacia Park, we have load shedding at the moment, so could be coming in and out. Two is some of us must physically be in Parliament for the plenary. So we may have to leave at a particular point in time. If I can just flag that particular issue. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I think the presenters, if they could take into account the fact that at least by one buses will be leaving from villages to Parliament. So if they can just be sensitive to the point raised by Honorable Dango. Over to you, Public Service Commission.
So thank you very much, Chairperson Molemang. I would like to extend a warm. Okay, Chairperson.
Thank you.
My apologies, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would like to say good morning to yourself, Chairperson. I would like to extend a special greeting to the Minister and her deputy. I'd also like to say good morning to the honorable members of the Select Committee, as well as to colleagues from reporting departments and reporting entities. So my name is Zukiswa Mkolomba. I'm the acting chairperson for the Public Service Commission. And it gives us great pleasure as the Public Service Commission to be given an opportunity to present our annual performance plan for this financial year. Just in terms of quick highlights and opening remarks, Chairperson, it's a pleasure for us to report to the Select Committee that the Public Service Commission has obtained clean audits for 3 consecutive years, which bodes very well for our governance and financial management systems. And we intend to make sure that even in the next consecutive years, we maintain this clean audit. Secondly, Chairperson, we've conducted over 700 grievances and complaints over the past financial year, and we've submitted recommendations to authorities to act on them. And most of them have been well received by the executive authorities. Also, in terms of increasing community engagement and also increasing PSC visibility, one of our prized activities or projects as the Public Service Commission is the issue of the citizens forums that we conduct across the different provinces of our country. And why we think it's important for us to have citizens forums, Chairperson, is to make sure that we encourage citizen participation, we hold government departments accountable for service delivery, and that we bring mobile government services to communities that are marginalized and to communities that need these services the most. So the citizens forums are part of our plans for this financial year as well. We also look forward, Chairperson, to the tabling of the Public Service Commission bill in Parliament. And the bill, as you already know, Chairperson, establishes our independence. It also establishes our Secretariat for the Public Service Commission and make sure that we have extended jurisdiction to include local government, Chairperson. So this Public Service Commission bill will enable us and it will empower us to actually fulfill our mandate, our constitutional mandate, and will strengthen our ability to have teeth when it comes to making recommendations to various executive authorities, Chairperson. We're hoping that the committee will also assist to make sure that the bill receives high priority in Parliament. And we are hoping that by next year, by this time next year, not this time next year, but by at least the end of next financial year, the bill is tabled in Parliament and is officially promulgated. We are also working with the Department with DPSA and the National School of Government to make sure that we develop an implementation plan for the National Framework for Professionalization of the Public Service, which has a
it looks like we are losing Zugiswa. Can you work on your connectivity because it is a challenge now? We have lost you. Is there any second in charge or third in charge? to intervene in an event we lose Iswa.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to honorable members, to the Minister, Deputy Minister, and colleagues. My name is Dinky Dube. I'm the DG of the Public Service Commission. I'm also joined by my colleague, the CFO, who will be assisting in making the presentation. Chairperson, with your permission, while the acting chair is trying to reconnect, can I proceed to provide the presentation?
Yes, we'll appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you very
My
much.
apologies, Chairperson. There's a network stability issue in the office. I'm not sure at what point you heard me, what I was talking about, Chairperson.
Yes, acting chair, we had already agreed that with the challenge that you might have, we will allow the DG to take off. But you were still outlining the effect of the new legislation, and you were still outlining the presentation. So I guess you were at point number 1.
Okay, so I think the most important thing I would like to say to this select committee is that we want to make sure that the bill, the Public Service Commission bill, receives high priority in Parliament, and that we'll be working with the CPSI and the NSG towards the development of an implementation plan for the professionalization framework. And that we've got about 30 targets for this financial year. And of the 30 targets, we want to make sure that we achieve all of them, if not most, and that we're hoping that we will come back to the select committee with good news of good performance. Otherwise, I would like, with your permission, Chairperson, I'd like to hand over to DG Dingy Dube, who will be presenting the details of the presentation, and also who will be supported by our CFO, Mr. Zweli Momeka. So I would like to, with your permission, Chairperson, to hand over to them to give the detail on behalf of the Public Service Commission. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Commission is.
Thank you. Yes, no, thank you very much, Chairperson and members, for the opportunity to give this presentation. These are the topics that are going to be covered in our presentation today. We thought we would foreground the presentation by giving members just at a high level how we've performed in the previous financial year. The acting chair has covered a large part of it in her opening remarks, but perhaps it's important for one to emphasize the fact that in the previous financial year as a PSC, we really embarked on an aggressive recruitment campaign. As a result, we were able to reduce our vacancy rate to 7.8%, which is below the 10% norm that is set for departments. And with regards to the cases that are referred to our anti-corruption hotline, we were able to generate at least 1,420 case reports. These are the cases that when they get a report to our hotline, we refer them to the respective departments for investigation. The chairperson has indicated the gradual increase in the visibility of the PSC, as well as the various stakeholder engagements which our commissioners have been embarking upon, particularly with ministers as executive authorities. We are seeing the media really starting to pay interest in the work of the PSC. For an example, last year, December, we hosted a 2-day anti-corruption conference where we had the SABC, ENCA, as well as Newsroom Africa covering it live, and we thought that it was quite a highlight. Insofar as the print media, they're the ones that actually carry a lot of the work that the PSC done. We've done a projection in terms of the pie chart. 88% of the work of the PSC is covered through the print media, which is followed by television. We are seeing that there's now increasing interest in the quarterly publication that the PSC does in terms of the pulse, and it does generate a lot of media coverage.
In respect of our mandate, the members are already familiar with the PSC mandate. Suffice to then confirm that we conduct our work in terms of Section 196 of the Constitution. Our powers range from investigating, monitoring, and evaluating the work of government departments in the national and provincial space. We also have further powers in terms of the Public Service Commission Act to conduct inspections as well as investigations. Now, members, in order to save time, the acting chair has really covered a great deal around the Public Service Commission bill, as well as the minister had indicated where we are with regards to that. So I would not be spending time on this slide, including the next slide on the implementation of the professionalization framework, as the acting chairperson has already touched on that. Now, if we move to the strategic focus of the PSC, we thought we should just confirm with the members that our vision, mission, as well as values did not change, and they remain the same with regards to the current APP that we are presenting. As a PSC, we do contribute to priority 1, that is building capable, ethical, and developmental state. In our 5-year stretch plan, we have 4 outcomes, the one being to ensure that we are a strong and a well-functioning PSC. So this is an outcome that is really focused internally on our organizational efficiencies, in ensuring that we introduce institution building reforms. We are modernizing. For example, we are doing a lot of work in terms of automating some of our processes so that we move away from reliance on paper and manual system. We've of course are doing quite a great deal in ensuring that the PSC becomes visible and interacts with ordinary members of the public. That is insofar as outcome 1 of our 5-year stretch plan. Then on outcome 2, it's really focusing on our M&E systems. We want to ensure that it is well coordinated. We do utilize our data warehouse, which is a system that assists us to analyze some of the data that we get from departments. We also do a lot of work in the assessing performance of departments through the annual reports, and we do that work in response to this outcome 2. Then outcome 3 is on sound leadership practices in the public service, and that is really self-explanatory. This is where we then look at issues that may impact the effectiveness of leadership and management of the public service. The outcome 4, we want to ensure that ultimately there is an improved service delivery culture in the public service. We do all of this because we want to ensure that PSC has an impact. And how are we going to assess that impact? Is when one then sees that there is a responsive, ethical, values-driven public service that responds timelessly, efficiently, and effectively to the needs of the citizens. Because as we know, this is one of the values and principles that are enshrined in the Constitution. This is just a reconfirmation of our contribution to priority number 1. So if I may then just take members through what is contained in our current APP. We have a total of 30 performance indicators. It is important that we highlight the number of indicators because it has been an exponential growth in terms of where we started, for example, in the 2 financial years. We started at 23, we moved to 25, and now we are at 30. And as the programs, we've got 4 programs, program 1, and program 1 has got 9 indicators, followed by 6 under program 2 on leadership and management practices. And program 3, there are 8 indicators, and that is the program that does monitoring and evaluation. And the last program 4 on integrity and anti-corruption, we have 4 indicators which I will elaborate on as I proceed with the investigation, with the presentation. Of course, the purpose of program 1, really, this is where the overall management and administration of the PSC resides. and we provide a centralized support service, not only to the OPSC as a department, but to the commission itself. And many of these indicators, as members will realize, are the ones that are really standard across all government departments. However, I do want to spend time on the two indicators that we have included in this APP. And it's reflected under indicator 1.8. That is a number of processes to be automated. We have seen that as an organization, in order to be efficient, we've got to address the many areas that causes our operational inefficiencies. And one of those we've identified really is the over-reliance on paper-based systems. And so we have identified two processes that we want to automate this financial year, and that is on our performance management as well as reporting. And in the previous financial year, members, we'd already started this work by automating our recruitment processes. So we are now on an e-recruitment platform as well as leave management. And we are already starting to see the gains. And so this year we've put it in the APP to ensure that we then also automate those two critical areas, performance management as well as reporting. 1.9 has already been covered and by the acting chair with regards to the submission of the PSC bill. Our target is to ensure that at least by the end of this financial year, it has reached the shores of Parliament. What we've done in respect of the vacancy rate as well, it's although it's a target that we all understood, because as a DPSA, they've already set the norm and standard to say we need to maintain a minimum of at least 10% vacancy rate. As a PSC, we then determined that that should be reflected in the APP, which of course will ultimately be in my own performance contract to ensure that we don't go beyond the 10% in terms of maintenance of a vacancy rate. Moving on to Program 2, Leadership and Management Practices. This is a program that really focuses on promoting sound public leadership, human resource management, labor relations, and labor practices in the system. These are the indicators that we have for this, starting with the investigation of grievances. As members know, we do have that mandate to investigate grievances. We've categorized the grievances into two: those that we lodged by public servants at levels 2 to 12. And our target is to finalize 85 of these within 30 days of receipt of all the relevant information in respect of that grievance. Then the next one, the next category is those that are lodged by SMS members. We are targeting to still finalize 85% of this within 45 days of receipt of information. What is key about this 85% target, members, is that if you look at our previous, maybe past 3 years, our target then was 65%. But over the years, we've demonstrated that we were not only able to achieve but exceeded that 65% target. So with the current human resources and the capacity we have, we are quite comfortable that we should be able to finalize 85% of those grievances that we have. Within that program and that the branch, we've got our research capacity. And in this current financial year, we've identified 4 topics that we would want to conduct studies of and then issued reports at the end of the financial year. The first one being on what impact has the hybrid working arrangement has had on service delivery in the public service. We've just come through the era of COVID-19 and lockdowns where the department and employers had to then come up with a hybrid working arrangement. So as a public service commission, we'll then want to do an assessment as to say to what extent has that impacted, be it negatively or positively, towards a service delivery. And the next research study that we will be focusing on is on the number of public administration reforms, including that of professionalizing the public service. We would want, by the end of the financial year, provide a perspective of the public service to see to what extent have all these reforms really transformed the public service. We also want to assess the degree to which departments are utilizing the ICT and technology in the area of HR. And so we will be issuing a report on assessing the digitization of HR processes in the public service. And the final report we will be issuing will relate to the headhunting processes. We've had DG Makasi earlier talking about ensuring that the public service is able to attract, relevant talent. So as a PSC, we want to then explore to see that whether are actually departments utilizing this provision that already exists in terms of the public service regulations to be able to get the talent that we need in our respective departments. Section 196, subsection 4F, as members would know in the Constitution, allows the PSC to conduct its own accord investigations. And so it became quite apparent to the Public Service Commission that a number of systemic deficiencies that we identified by analyzing not only the grievances that we get, the complaints that we get, really requires attention. And so we want to then start doing more proactive work as opposed to wait until there is a grievance that is launched. And so in this current financial year, this is a new indicator, members, that we have introduced because we have ensured with this APP that it is not only aligned with the 5-year strategic direction of the organization, but that it also talks to our constitutional mandate. So we've introduced this new indicator to ensure that the PSC is then able to do work on its own accord as opposed to being more reactive and waiting for grievances to be lodged. And so we anticipate that by the end of the financial year, we would have done 3 investigation by own accord that will then result in 3 investigation reports. But what we are targeting with this is that we want to see where there are those systemic deficiencies. And so it's not a situation where we will be looking at an individual complaint. We want to start really looking at where we can make the biggest impact. So we will have those 3 reports by the end of the financial year. And the next indicator, members, relates to the area of grievance management and assessing the efficiencies by government departments, both in the national and provincial departments, in managing grievances, as well as the level of compliance with the grievance procedures in the public service. We're targeting to issue 3 reports that will not only indicate where the areas, the shortcomings were, but also what the PSC recommends need to be done in order to remedy that. We will, of course, continue with the strategic engagements that the Commission has been embarking upon. We are seeing that by engaging with the executive authorities, ministers, and relevant HODs through the forum of DGs, that the level of compliance of the PSC's recommendation and the level of implementation does increase. So our target is to ensure that by the end of the financial year, we have done 10 engagements that are really focused on ensuring the implementation of the PSC's recommendation. Now, moving on to program 3, that is on monitoring and evaluation. The purpose of the program, I think the name is quite self-explanatory, members. This is where we do a number of service delivery, on-site inspection, and as well as monitoring and evaluating the work, which I will outline now as I get into the slides. So the first indicator relates to the service delivery inspections that are conducted by the PSC. This is where we go to a specific site, we observe, and we've done quite a lot of work around the Department of Home Affairs. We've issued a report, a very detailed data report, which has been presented to the minister as well as the DG, and we know that the department has actually started implementing those recommendations by the PSC. Because we've got our operations in all 9 provinces, so the target is to ensure that each provincial office does a service delivery inspection, produces a report, which report then gets consolidated with the one inspection that will be done at the national level. So by the end of the year, we'll then have 10 service delivery inspection reports that would have been issued. We've already heard earlier about the role of the PSC in respect of providing not only the oversight, but working with colleagues at the DPSA and NSG in crafting the implementation plan for the nationalization framework, for the national framework towards the professionalization of the public sector. It is one of our priority projects, and the team, our resource persons from the PSC are already engaging with the counterparts and colleagues at the NSG. And this is a priority that we hope at least by the end of this quarter, a lot of groundwork has already been done. The acting chairperson has indicated the important work that the PSC does in terms of going and engaging with communities on service delivery problems they have. We do that through the Citizens Forum. We call it a Citizens Forum program, but this is a platform where the PSC allows for engagement between not only local government, provincial government, but in communities. So we will then have the community members indicating what are those immediate service delivery issues that require attention. We will then have the responsible government departments to come and indicate as to what is it that they're going to do in order to address those. Now, 9 of them were held in all the 9 provincial offices in the previous financial year. It was one of the highlight projects of the PSC. What we are planning to do this year is to go and follow up on the implementation of those undertakings that were made by the departments who had engaged with the respective communities. And so we will continue engaging with the citizens, but we've realized that ultimately what matters is the impact. So as a PSA, we did go, we heard what the concerns were, and the responsible departments did make undertakings. So we now want to go back and monitor and see to what extent have those been implemented. So again, because it's 9 provincial offices, we will be doing 9 in all the provinces. This is again an indicator that over the last 2 years has grown. We started with conducting only 1 citizens forum, and it has been growing exponentially. Now we are at a stage where we are able to conduct this in all the 9 provinces. The Public Service Commission, as members know, has also the mandate to promote the constitutional values and principles that are contained in Section 1 and 5 of the Constitution. And so what we plan to do this year is to produce 2 position papers that are aimed at assessing to what extent are the 2 CVPs complied upon by the not only national but provincial departments. And those that we've selected is the one, the accountable public administration, and the second one, efficient, effective, and economic use of resources. So we would have then issued a position paper, which is really based on the assessment of the PSC, whether or not these 2 values and principles are
Morning, Anusha.
Chairperson, may I proceed?
Yes. It looks like there is a disruption. But let's allow
Denise, Miss Miller.
Yes, can Denise mute his microphone, please, so that he does not disrupt us? Proceed, DG.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Section 1964 E requires the PSC to report annually on its activities, performance, as well as any recommendations and directions that we've made. So this is one indicator that we have to do because it's a legislative requirement. So we will, of course, will be producing this a similar report as we've done over the years by the end of this financial year. I've touched on the role that we are entrusted with in terms of the promotion of constitutional values and principles. And so what we are planning to do in this financial year, members, is to launch a national advocacy campaign on the CVPs. Now, we will be working with a number of civil society organizations, some of the faith-based organizations. For an example, we've started engagement with the Moral Regeneration Movement. We are engaging with the Ethics Institute. We will also want to engage with our colleagues at DPSA to see to what extent we could then, leverage this, as well as partnering with the resuscitation of the Batupili principle. So this is a national campaign that, as we are looking at it.
Advocate, if you don't mind, you can
Yes,
switch off your video so that we spare the bandwidth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. So with regards to this campaign, with the impact that we expect to have is, if members would recall the voter education of the IEC then, so that is what we're looking at in respect of our CVP's campaign. We'll, of course, also will be engaging with the IEC so that we can see what lessons we can learn from them, so that by the time we launch this campaign, at least we are guaranteed that it has the impact that we are anticipating. The other work that we do under monitoring and evaluation is to then assess the performance of government departments by just analyzing the data that is contained in the annual report over a 5-year period. And so this financial year, we are targeting that at least we should be able to issue 4 reports based on that analysis of 4 departments by the end of the financial year. In addition to that, there are 2 critical studies that the PSC is embarking upon. We started the work in the previous financial year, and that is in the area of assessing the effectiveness of the government support services in the ICT, accommodation, and property management services. In the previous financial year, we ended up with having a roundtable with those departments that we sampled and key strategic partners that we had attending our roundtable. So we have the roundtable report, which is currently being processed. We anticipate that it will be presented in the forum of DGs, as well as through the GSKID cluster. But the PSC is working with the CSIR that is also assisting us to analyze the data. It was planned as a 2-year project. This is now the final year, so that then when we conclude the year, we have the full report as to what needs to be improved in this area. That then concludes the presentation on Program 3, Monitoring and Evaluation. I'm now going to talk to Program 4, which is Integrity and Anti-Corruption. Again, this is the area where we do investigations that relates to public administration, any maladministration and corruption. The Constitution gives us the power to conduct investigations that we refer to them as public administration investigation, but these are can range from service delivery failures to any undue delays, any maladministration. That work is carried out under Program 4, and our target is to ensure that we finalize 85% of those complaints that we receive. We conduct the investigation, release a report within 90 working days. we have moved members, if you would note the previous APPs that we had presented, from saying that we are going to investigate, finalize the investigation upon receipt of all relevant information, to then say upon receipt of a valid complaint, because our view is that our service standards are really assessed by when a complainant comes to our doors, not when we eventually collate the necessary information for the investigation. And so we will be finalizing 85% of those. That is our target. We've introduced increase in this indicator in the previous financial year, and we managed to not only achieve but slightly exceed, and so we are now maintaining the 85% finalization within 90 working days. Again, here on own accord investigations, we have we've introduced this as a new indicator for complaints. In the previous financial year, we started with a baseline of 2, and we are now quite comfortable that in this financial year, each provincial office will be able to initiate their own accord investigation and be able to resolve this. And so our target is to ensure that we produce 10 own accord investigation reports. We will also be, members be issuing a report on the work that we do in providing oversight on the implementation of the ethics framework. This report will cover the following chapters: 1 on the financial disclosure framework, the management of complaints, including those that we received through the National Anti-Corruption Hotline, as well as the financial misconduct. We thought it will have more impact if we consolidate these reports as opposed to issuing 3 different reports, that we put them in one report but have different chapters, because they all relate to the area of ethics and governance in the public service. Chairperson, I'm not sure the sound, whether it's coming from me or someone else, but I will continue. Yes.
Yes, if we can move to the budget, worried about the time now.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Let me then just conclude. This is the last slide, then my colleague will then go to the budget. On the professional ethics, the promotion of professional ethics, we anticipate that we will be releasing 4 articles, and we will also be increasing the number of engagements on the ethics framework to 20. We will continue with our promotional work on the CVPs. We've identified at least about 12 strategic engagements that we will be conducting in the current financial year. In the National Anti-Corruption Hotline, our target is to ensure that we refer these cases to relevant department within 7 days of receipt. We are comfortable that 90% is a reasonable figure. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, the CFO, just to take members through the budget report. Thank you, CFO.
Thank you so much, DG. Just to show my face, I will switch off my video thereafter. The budget, Chairperson, I greet you, I greet the Minister, Deputy Minister, all members of Parliament, and I also greet my colleagues. I've got just 3 slides to show. The first slide.
Pause a bit. I see the hand of Honorable Dango. Is it an old hand, Honorable Dango, or what?
Legacy and Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador. You can proceed, CFO.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. The budget of the department for 2023-24 totals to 292 million. This is just a marginal increase from the previous year, whereby the inflation has been taken into consideration, but really no major changes on our budget structure. Just to indicate that from that budget, 75% which translates to 220 million, is allocated to compensation of employees. We are an institution that has that has got a lot of employees who produce the work of PSC. We investigate, we conduct researches, we conduct grievances, and reports are written. Therefore, a larger part of the work is done by the people instead of machines. And from that 292 million, we've got 67, let me just say 70 million, which is a goods and services budget. And therefore, that goods and service budget is sliced also into various portions. The larger portion, which is basically mandatory, 57 million mandatory costs. These are the costs that we cannot do without, and we've got an obligation to implement. And part of those costs fund the offices that we occupy. We've got all in all 11 offices, 1 head office, 1 parliamentary office, and we've got an office in each and every province, because we are a institution that is that has got its footprints throughout the entire country. Just to go to the next slide, the slide basically gives us the 7-year information of our financials. 3 years of the previous financial years, those that we've obtained clean audits, and we then looking at the one that we are busy closing and the MTF. But the MTF here, the appropriation system and the fiscal system allowed 292 million to be allocated, to be appropriated to PSC, of which 140.1 million is administration, program 2, which is leadership and management practices. And I know that DG has spoken to the work of these programs. So this budget is just a cost of the work. 49 million, 44 million for MNE, and the last one, which is IAC, we've got 57 million on the out. And we do have the outer years, and these are the years that National Treasury, when allocates future budgets, they basically move from those years, and any subsequent changes will be justified. The next slide, it's the same information, but in a vertical way, just to indicate that I've already spoken to compensation of employees. That includes the salary packages of our commissioners. We've got 14 commissioners according to the Constitution. Then goods and services, I've already spoken to that. The transfers are mainly monies that are paid to staff that either leave our system permanently or who retire, and their leave credits are encashed, and we give them that money. We are an institution that is not too high when it comes to capital assets. There and there, we need to refresh our IT machinery. The next slide, which is basically my last slide, seeks to explain the point that I explained, breaking the budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. That concludes our presentation.
Chair, any point of emphasis from your side? Can we then agree that we take the National School of Government, let the leader of the delegation introduce himself and then introduce the delegation that is leading?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to you and the honorable members and our honorable minister and our honorable deputy minister, the commissioners and of the Public Service Commission and the leadership of the MPSA portfolio. Chairperson, as we call ourselves, as a portfolio in the Public Service Administration Ministry. My colleague, Dino, will speak through the presentation. Safe to say the following to the honorable members, that this is the 10th year of the repurposing or repositioning of the NSG, where we were called Balama, and now we are called the National School of Government. This was 10 years ago. There were legislative amendments that were made, which, in Parma, which established the NSG as it is currently constituted, Chairperson. And so at this decade old, the NSG, which is actually older than that because the NSG started as a PSI in 1986, we are going through a repositioning process, and that's what we will see in the APP to be tabled now, covers much of what we are envisaging will be the core of the repositioning strategy of the NSG, which would be called NSG Vision 2034, which sets out the long-term sustainability of the organization. And a few things we will be doing, Chair, and it is covered in the presentation, is that we are institutionalizing some of the major changes that have been taking place over the past 4 years, and more so in the past 2 years as a consequence of COVID, which challenged the NSG. As you might be aware, that over 95% of our offerings prior to COVID were face-to-face. COVID came, we could not meet, we were losing about 10 million rands a month in revenue. We had to do a shift and move most of our offerings to online and virtual. And so in the years ahead, we will be consolidating some of the gains made in the past 2 years, which assisted us to outlive COVID. We'll be building our own internal capacity to sustain the new initiatives we have started. We are training everybody, Chair, Honorable Chair, and Honorable members in the public sector, now from traditional leaders up to a receptionist in an office anywhere in the public in the public sector. Of course, within that there will be MPs, there will be councillors who are being trained here, ministers, board members, everybody in the public sector is training. I must also say, Chairperson, that the SALGA has adopted the professionalization framework, and we will be part of the initiative that we've been leading over the past 2 years, and we are building our own internal capacity to sustain those, and we are consolidating digital transformation. As I said, it was a bit of a challenge that we couldn't train as a consequence of COVID, and we've moved most of our programs online and to virtual. However, Chair, I must state to the committee, as you'll see in the presentation, that we are fully cognizant of the fact that the majority of frontline workers in the public sector lack access to devices and data, and therefore the NSG cannot be a fully digital training academy of government, because that will exclude over 50% of public sector workers who don't have access to any data or device that is subsidized by the state. And besides those who are in the front line, like at Home Affairs, you can't do an ethics course of the NSG during office hours because your computer only enables you to access the system that is used by Home Affairs. Also, Chair, you'll see in the presentation that we are submitting application for accreditation of 4 qualifications. This was envisaged in the Public Service Act in the 90s already. It was never performed. We are now far advanced to meet that legal requirements that is enshrined in law. We are also building depth in order to improve the quality of our interventions. That is why we are partnering with higher education institutions. For example, we're going to be launching a course in the next 4 months on forecasting and scenario planning in the public sector. And that is being made possible by the partnership we have with Stellenbosch University. We've got programs on cyber security. It's made possible because of the relationship that we have with the DUT. We've got a program on economic governance. That's because of the relationship we have with VETS and many other programs with other universities who have formally partnered with us. Lastly, Chair, before I request my colleague to take us through the presentation, I must state to the committee that we are making an epistemic turn, Chairperson and honorable members. That means that us as the National School of Government have to be unique in a sense that our offerings are focused on practice, training people on how to be effective in administering the state, and not necessarily training them on theory, because assuming majority of them will already have some prior qualifications before they enter their jobs, whether as interns. In fact, with some of the traditional leaders we are training, we are finding that most of them already have some post-matric qualification. And besides the qualification, everybody who's coming to the NSG has got some formidable experience, whether as an MP or as a legislature or as a councillor or any other responsibility that they carry. So the epistemic 10 means we're going to be biased towards training on practice instead of training on theory, because people already have the experience as well as some qualifications, and it will feature strongly in our repositioning strategy, which we hope in the next 3 to 4 months we'll be able to share with that with the portfolio committee and the select committee before it is finalized by the end of this year. Otherwise, Chair, we are in good health as an institution, and we look forward to fully executing what we are offering in the APP now. Through you, Chair, let me request my colleague, Head of Strategy, Mr. Dino Punsami, to take us through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Busani. Can we make a humble appeal that the National School of Government push so that by at least 25 to 12 they are done, and then we give the Center for Innovation at also 20 minutes, so that we then allow an hour of discussion engagement by members of the select committee. If the team can just be sensitive to this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Indeed, we shall. Good morning to the Honorable Chairperson, to members of the committee. That's me, Chairperson. My name is Dino Punsami. Good morning to our Minister, Deputy Minister, and all the officials, DGs that are present. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity for us to share our plan for the new financial year. As the Principal has indicated, Chair, this year does mark 10 years of establishment of the National School of Government. We are currently implementing the 4th year of the current 5-year strategic plan. Our plan, which we developed in 2020, set out a vision and a mission for the National School of Government, and a vision to build an ethical and capable public sector in service of the people. We continue to live and carry out this vision and mission through the work that we do, and we have not revised the strategic plan. It is still in effect, and we do believe as we approach the 2025 period that we would have sought to achieve what we set out in the plan. Chair, very broadly, the mandate of the school is drawn primarily from Section 195 of the Constitution, the Public Service Act of 1994, as well as the Public Administration Management Act of 2014. And broadly, this is how we have interpreted and fulfilled the mandate of the NSG, providing education and training to public servants, supporting development at an institutional level, fostering collaboration. The Principal has spoken about the issue of qualifications, as well as the mandate of training within the 3 spheres of government, the legislative sector, as well as other organs of state. And lastly, conducting training examinations or tests, which could be set as prerequisites. The work of the school, Chairperson, is foregrounded in the service delivery model that we have developed and which has shaped not only the strategy, but the design of the organization. You will note, Chair, that our value proposition places at the core the learner or the public servant, the state as the employer, as well as the citizen, and the work that we have to fulfill in as far as what we diagnose as needs for the public sector, rather, what type of offerings we would provide, the way we make them happen and delivered, and lastly, the ability to measure the outcomes and impact of this training. Of course, all of this work, Chair, has to be shaped by other key determining factors such as digital transformation. Again, the Principal has spoken about that. Partnerships and collaboration are key for us as the National School of Government, and certainly in the space of managing the brand of the National School of Government and the positioning thereof. We're also focusing on quality management right across the organization. We do aspire, Chair, as part of the strategy to build a new public sector cadre who is diligent in the execution of priorities, ethical and accountable, innovative, masterful, prudent and committed to the cause of national development and transformation. And for this purpose, Chair, we ensure that these permeate through the course offerings of the National School of Government. We are, in terms of the design of the NSG, there are 4 faculties that carry out the core mandate of the National School of Government. And these are largely based around the various occupational levels within the public service. So at the bottom, we have the cadet and foundational development, we have middle management, senior management and professional development, and lastly, the executive management and leadership support. Of course, within these 4 faculties, Chair, much as we do have specific programs and interventions that target the different the different occupational levels, there are some cross-cutting courses that are both accredited and non-accredited and non-credit bearing, which cut across the different faculties. As the principal has indicated, there is a process of quality assurance, Chair, and we thought we should share very briefly the 5 accrediting authorities that we are working with. The Education and Training Quality Assurance Bodies, the PCETA, the ETDP CETA, the Local Government CETA, the services, as well as the SABPP. Chair, very briefly, in terms of some of the core offerings of the National School of Government, these remain the core flagship programs. So under inclusion and transformation, these are some of the programs. The championing anti-discrimination, as an example, has now been opened up. It has been targeted at senior managers, but has now been opened up to the public sector. Programs such as diversity management, disability management, and leading change by championing gender equality. On induction and onboarding, Chair, there's been significant movement and traction in some of our programs. Most notably, Chair, the compulsory induction program, which in itself is about 10 years old now. We continue to roll that out. The New Kela is a program which only the National School of Government can offer, and that is for any individual who wishes to be recruited into the senior management of the public service. And Chair, you would have heard in the presentation, DG DPSA has also spoken as part of the professionalization. The National School of Government will be focusing on reviewing this program, but also developing program that will target other levels within the public service. The induction program for boards of entities, Chair, this has gained significant traction in the National School of Government. And later in the presentation, we will share a whole host of boards that we have been engaging with. Programs such as ethical leadership and executive oversight. That program continues to be rolled out. It targets, here again, the boards as well as at local government level. And these are programs that we think that in the new financial year, they will continue to grow in leaps and bounds. In as far as management and leadership, we continue with certain programs such as coaching for leadership development, project management, which the minister has alluded to about, the response to professionalizing the public service, the advanced management development programs. These are some of the course offerings of the school. When it comes to culture and change management, Chair, there are key programs here for us, which we think are important for public servants. Know and live our constitution as an example. We want to make sure that there is awareness around constitutional provisions. The Project Kaedu is an important program which brings about practice and theory, and again, reflecting on the principal's words of making sure that there's practice in the public service. In fact, this program, Chair, has even been customized for the African continent. We have been able to roll this program to about 6 countries on the African continent, who are now able to use this program for their benefit within the public sector. The ethics in the public service has been deemed to be compulsory for all public servants, and we continue to monitor that. It's programs that are available on the e-learning platform as well, and we track those numbers there. So Chair, around procurement and public finances, these are some of the programs. I think importantly for us here is programs such as the M-Score, which we're using largely at the provincial and local spheres of government, as well as programs such as avoiding irregular, unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And later in the presentation, we'll share some of those programs that we have been rolling out at local government level. On policy and regulatory improvement, these are some of the programs, Chair. The Economic Governance School has been a more recent, sort of program, flagship program. It's about 2 years now running. In the last school, Chair, we've been able to host delegates from Kenya through our partnership with the Kenya School of Government. And there's a return leg which takes place in Kenya, within the next coming week or so. The masterclass series, Chair, we had introduced at the height of the COVID pandemic, and we knew we had to turn the tables around for us as the National School of Government because we couldn't get learners into class. And we started these programs such as the masterclass and other webinar series. These have continued to gain traction largely because we are able to leverage off our international partnerships, and these and we are then able to bring in international speakers and focus on some of the key topical areas, such as the meritocratic bureaucracies. We looked at discussions around the just energy transition and so forth. And so these continue to grow for us into this financial year as well, Chair. Very briefly, we have senior fellows of the NSG. So these are individuals who contribute to the learning of the National School of Government. They remain our knowledge, sort of base for us. Three of the of the senior fellows are former DGs in the public service. And of course, we have the likes of Professor Mariana Mazzucato and Dr. Eric Lee, who contribute towards the programs of the NSG. We maintain partnerships with universities, Chair, and once again, Principal has alluded to this partnership with the Stellenbosch University. And so through these processes, Chair, we are able to leverage off the expertise which may not be available at the National School of Government. We've been engaging at the level of private sector as well, and there's been funding and pro bono support that has come through. We continue to monitor and manage these partners. At a global partnership level, Chair, we have we've got a strong footprint right across the globe with the partners that we've been engaging, and we continue to do so. More importantly, the partnerships with the World Economic Forum, which allows public servants to gain access to a knowledge hub. There's a partnership with INSEAD, which is one of the biggest business schools in the world. And so these are some of the partners, Chair, that we're exposing our public servants to some of the offerings. So, Chair, as I've indicated, in terms of the board inductions, this quite a busy picture shows you all of the boards that we've been able to engage with in the last financial year. And we think this is a very strong ground for us as we continue in the call made by Cabinet that boards should actually be inducted through the National School of Government. Chair, in terms of our 5-year strategy, we have 5 outcomes as the National School of Government. At the onset of the 5-year strategy, we had identified key interventions that we wanted to fulfill over the course of the 5-year period. And indeed, Chair, from these strategic interventions, we are implementing that. We have seen the fruits of the work of the National School of Government in as far as the implementation is concerned. We thought as well, Chair, importantly to share with you as we get into the training of the organization, the training numbers. We think importantly to share from the start of the 5-year strategic period, how the school has grown, in as far as its training numbers. In the previous financial year, reaching, a number of, that is in excess of 86,000. That's both through the e-learning platform as well as face-to-face. And in the current year, which is still, going through the audit process, we expect that number to change. But so over this 3-year period, Chair, there's training which now would have exceeded probably about 140 odd thousand over the 3 years, who would have gone through the National School of Government in various iterations of our offerings. Chair, very briefly, this is our online courses that we have. So there's a whole series of courses that we have on the e-learning platform, programs such as ethics, which we have been rolling out to the educators. There's one for the internal auditors, the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, as well as broadly for the public sector, and other programs, including programs such as writing for government, basic writing skills, advanced writing skills, operations management, managing performance, and so forth. So, Chair, the first the first column rather of numbers, which is the enrollment, shows since 2020, more than 194,000 e-learners on the e-learning platform. And we are sure that as we close off in the last financial year, this number is surely going to exceed that. So about 200,000, over a 3-year period that have enrolled in the, in the e-learning programs. So our priorities for this year, Chair, we have been directed by President that we must conduct a skills audit in the public service, targeting frontline service delivery departments and the infrastructure departments. This is a joint initiative with the Human Science Research Council. There's work that we have to do as our sister departments have also reflected on the implementation of professionalization. There's productivity in the public service. It's a joint initiative with the presidency. And our target for this year, Chair, is to train 46,480 learners in all forms of our e-learning. So it's, the e-learning platform, it's classroom learning, it's synchronous, asynchronous learning. And our revenue generation, Chair, as the members would note, that the National School of Government generates its own revenue through the course offerings. Our target this year is to generate in the region of 101 million rands. Chair, I'm not going to go through the details of the targets and the indicators. Suffice to say, I think, once again, as we look at consolidating our work towards 2025, we want to make sure that quality management is right across the organization, from the quality of our programs to the quality of our delivery, as well as the quality of our internal systems. We want to map out business processes. We've identified 6 IT projects that will enable NSG operations to become more efficient. Our brand and marketing strategy, it is being implemented, as well as our business development interventions. We're engaging right across the public sector now. It's no longer just about national and provincial government. We're right across all sectors within public administration, and there's strong uptake of the NSG programs. Chair, also on program 2, which is the core program of the National School of Government, we will continue work such as skills assessments with specific departments to determine training needs. We have, as part of our review of our programs, we will be adding, once again, what the principal has indicated, new programs. There will be programs that will be reviewed to make sure that we remain relevant. We will continue with the impact evaluation studies on certain programs that allow us to determine the effect of our training on departments and on individuals. And of course, in as far as implementing the professionalization framework, we will be conducting our own advocacy sessions, working together with the PSC and the DPSA. And then, of course, the Nukela program, which we'll be looking at as a start in the next financial year, the Nukela program for middle management. Chair, with regard to the budget, so there's a total allocation of 229 million for this financial year. Of that amount, 113 million is allocated to program 1 administration, and the remaining amount of 115 million, which is transferred to the trade account or program 2. On program 1, compensation of employees is to the amount of 60 million, and on program 2, our compensation of employees is at 106 million. That's where the bulk of our staff remain, and that's the core business of the National School of Government. As I've indicated, Chair, our target this year is to generate 101 million, and we from looking at the past financial year as well as the previous, we do believe we are on track towards achieving that target. Chair, in summary, I just want to indicate that there are many provincial interventions that we are undertaking. We thought it's important to share with this committee some of the work, particularly working within the provincial HRD forums to make sure that the work of the National School of Government is known and that we are able to support provinces and municipalities. We're working, for example, with provincial governments through the Premier's offices on funded programs. We've been engaging in KZN, training municipal officials on avoiding the irregular and fruitless expenditure, as well as citizen-centered service delivery. And then, of course, as Principal has indicated, training interventions targeting traditional leaders in the art of facilitation. We've been working in KZN and in the Eastern Cape. And then at a local government level, we are entering into agreements with many of the metropolitan municipalities and some of the others. We will be engaging now with with metros such as the city of Joburg as well as Ekurhuleni. And then, of course, at a local government level, Chair, we will continue our work. In fact, we are looking at the provincial intergovernmental forums. We have the first engagement scheduled now in this month with the Western Cape province, and we hope that we will use these processes to share as well the professionalization framework and what the National School of Government has to offer. Thank you, Chair. I'm out of breath, but I hope I've stuck to your time.
Thank you, Mr. Punsami. Under the circumstances, did you help? Principal, any reflection before we give over to the next entity?
No, Honorable Chairperson, we are okay. We can move on and then we can deal with questions later. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's then give over to the Center for Public Service Innovation.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon.
Can you just introduce yourself and your team?
I will do so. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and greetings to all, including Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister. My name is Lydia Sebukedi. I'm acting Executive Director for the Center for Public Service Innovation. And I'm joined by two of our sub-program managers and the CFO, that's Ms. Annette Sneedman. She's our CFO. I also have on board Mr. Piers Conrad and Mr. Lindani Mtetwa, and also our strategy person who's Ms. Desri Mavigani. Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you for that round of introduction. If you can just show your face so that the public can see
Yeah, okay. I've already projected. Maybe I'm using a double. Okay, let me go there and show my face. I hope you can see me.
You can only see the camera.
Oh, sorry. I know what's going on. I'm using two screens. Okay, let's try again. Is it visible now?
No. Let's proceed.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'll get it right. I'm using an extender screen, so I think that's where the challenge is. Thank you so much. I will then go through the presentation and also try to save time, as I see members are pressed for time. Just to remind members that the mandate of the CPSI is to create a culture and practice of innovation in the public sector. Our role is to support departments, because CPSI doesn't deliver a service to any citizen directly. We support departments similar to what DPSA is doing when they carry out their mandate. We also contribute to the creation of a capable and ethical developmental state. CPSI is very small, Chairperson. In terms of, we have only two programs. The first one is obviously administration, and the second one, program is now my slides are not moving. Okay, the second program, which carries our core mandate, It's called Public Sector Innovation. So the work that we're presenting today in terms of the APP mostly relates to Program 2 in terms of what we're planning to do. We do carry out the mandate in 3 sub-programs, which one focuses on research and development, the other one focuses on institutional support and replication, the third one on enabling environment. The third sub-program is created because we cannot talk about innovation without partnerships, without creating an enabling environment. And I think this is one of the sentiments from the NSG, the challenges that they face in terms of public servants lacking gadgets. It's also similar, as I will indicate in the next few slides. Just to show how small the CPSI is, that's minister, and we only have 2, the deputy minister, and then 2 programs with 4 heads for the whole organization at chief director level, and our CFO is also at director level. Just a little bit on stats that might interest members. 7.4% of our employees are people with disabilities, and in terms of it's just only 2 people because we are so small, but the number can change if one of them decides to leave. We'll have to work hard to make sure that we stay above the target. The structure as well, those that are in red are unfunded posts. The orange ones, we were lucky to receive a bit of funding from Treasury. So we are in a process of filling those posts to strengthen capacity, especially in Program 2. And I just want to indicate to members that when in this financial year, it will look like our vacancy rate has gone up, but it's only because there are new posts on the structure that are funded. And I want to report as well that we already started with the recruitment process, and interviews will probably run this month. We hope that people will be on board by the end of July. In terms of targets, in terms of the 5-year strategic plan, we are not effecting any changes to the strat plan. We think we are on course, and wanted to also give honorable members an indication of where we are as an organization. As you can see, in terms of the first outcome, we achieved 3 clean audits out of 5, and we hope to maintain the status going forward. And targets for the second outcome, we are already standing at 46, and we are hopeful that by the end of the 5-year strategic plan, we would have achieved all our targets or even exceed in some instances. As indicated, we are proud of the CPSI for achieving clean audits for the past 6 years. We worked very hard to maintain the clean audit status, including making sure that now and then we review internal controls. If we pick up that there might be a problem in a particular process, we then bring in internal controls to make sure that we stay on course in terms of maintaining a clean audit. We don't want to let our guard down and be comfortable that we are able to maintain clean audits as an organization. In terms of representation, we're trying very hard to get youth. 13% as we stand. We were joined on the 1st of April by a 24-year-old system developer, and it's something that we want to nurture, to start bringing in, in response to what Minister has said as well, that we need to bring in new people as well. So the last one is 24-year-old. Gift started on the 1st of April. One thing that we're also proud of is our 30-day payment. It stands on about 5.8 days. That's our turnaround time, and we've maintained that for a very long time as the CPSI. The next slides, which I won't delve into, I'll just focus on projects that are multi-year, just to show members what we are planning. The first project that I want to highlight is a virtual Tusong Center that we are supporting. We are supporting a Northern Cape on that project. It will go into the next financial year because it's a multi-term project. And some of our knowledge platforms, we're trying to create a community of practice. You need to get people excited about public sector innovation. So once a year, we bring them together to share, new things that are coming in, like design thinking, or robotics, and we have, to expose public servants. So we hope that we will be continuing with those knowledge platforms just to try and, sustain interest in this field. Some of the solutions that we've worked on, we've reported previously, includes the e-learning solution. We are still supporting some of the schools into this financial year because members will know when you do a project, you need to be careful in terms of how you close out the project. You don't want it to collapse. So we are busy talking to DBE, the Department of Basic Education, for them to carry through what we've learned from our replication project so that they can take those lessons into their e-learning that they're planning for the whole country. Actually, in this financial year, we've already held a meeting with the DBE e-learning team, and we will support them. They are planning to have a conference to interrogate e-learning before the end of this financial year. Another one that I want to highlight, Honorable Chair, is the digital forensic fingerprint project that is we were piloting from last year. Members will remember that it was in the news from Gauteng that they have over 900 bodies, unclaimed bodies in their mortuaries. And with the added challenge of load shedding, then it becomes more urgent for bodies to move out of mortuaries and not stay for long, and to help families get closure in that instance. We will continue to support that project because we see a potential in terms of alleviating the state from conducting purpose burials, rather move that funding to make sure that we identify, deceased as soon as possible, so that or those that come after them are not, the mortuaries are not overloaded. As I said, more so with regard to the challenge that we have now with load shedding. One study that I want to highlight, which also highlights our partnership with the National Advisory Council on Innovation, which is a council set up by the Department of Science and Innovation. We work very closely with them. We had done a study, but in this financial year, we'll continue to do a quantitative study to find out what is the state of public sector innovation. And I think it's one of the maiden studies that have been done, to see what's going out there so that we can inform policy as we move into the next, into the 7th administration. That study is a multi-year. We will continue with it in the next financial year. Let me go to, okay, I'll proceed. I've already highlighted the Northern Cape Online Tusong Center. There, I also just want to alert members that it's the Premier of the Northern Cape has taken up this project as one of his flagship programs. But the challenge, as indicated by NSG, connectivity stays a challenge. Availability of devices becomes a challenge. But what the province has done, they are assisting in terms of, they are now talking, I think they've engaged MTN to connect their Tusong centers. They only have 5 in Northern Cape, and members will think how citizens have to access services. They only have 5, sparsely built across the province. So with this innovation, which they approached us to support, they will be able to, reach more citizens. And from our side as CPSI, we are supporting this to make sure that by the 3rd quarter, we should have what we call a minimum viable product, which can be tested to see if it works. If there's a need to upgrade, then we will work with the team to make sure that this solution is developed to a right level. And we hope that all provinces will then use the platform to make sure that the Tusong Center services are extended to as many as possible citizens. The other idea is that you just don't need a device. We can put kiosks in strategic, say in malls, so that you don't have to really go to a Tusong Center, but you can get the service from a kiosk in a mall, or I nearly said post office, but something similar, where you can then, there's a lot of flow of people in that area. One of our key projects that we really support is our engagement with youth. We want to continue supporting this. We believe at CPSI we can contribute to getting public servants ready for the public service, even for our economy at large, to teach them basic skills like coding, expose them to robotics and other 4IR challenges. This year, we will have a digital expo at Umtata High School in one of the DDM sites, Owartambo district in Eastern Cape, so that we use the school. Where people may ask, why are we using the school to go back there? St. John serves as an anchor for the rural area around it. So the students would come, learners would come to St. John to, access e-learning or to learn how to code and so forth. So we're supporting the school so that they can then reach out to the rest of the province, especially in rural areas. I will move on to summarize the targets that I was talking to. We keep our targets the same over the medium term. As you have seen, as you will see, the budget is very small and we don't have capacity. So we're trying to, over the next 3 years, create a bit of capacity by moving money or budget for consultancy and create internal capacity so that then we don't have to rely on outsourcing some of our work because we don't have internal skills. So we thought for this strategic plan, let's keep it there. And once we have more money, we'll start, shifting targets and increasing the scope of our work. One thing that I want to highlight as well is that in program 2, the targets that we set, they may look like they're small, but we're trying to stretch ourselves a bit. I mean, if you have 9 targets, you miss 1, it means you have not achieved that target. So we're trying to make it, a little bit competitive for us, to keep us on our toes so that we work very hard to achieve these targets. We will then have 9 platforms. This would include design thinking workshops that have now going to be offered by NSG. We will continue to advocate for staff to go, public servants to attend these courses and so forth. Just as an example, our arts program, that's one of the key programs where we find out what public servants are up to. We found a lot of these innovations, including the digital fingerprint project that was started by a public servant that was frustrated at the government mortuary in Bronkhorstspruit. So we used the awards to find this, and that feeds into our next APP. So it's not only about awarding and ends there. We sit as a team, like we've already started to look at what came in the last financial year, see which ones we can go and test a little bit further through replication, because most of the innovators will then work in one site, but we will then stretch it to say 5 sites to see whether it needs to be improved and so forth. So the knowledge platforms, we really use them to inculcate the culture and practice of innovation. Based on the budget, we are only able to replicate 2 of these innovations that come from the public servants. In the next slide, as I indicated, honorable members, that's our budget over the 3 years, for just under 46 million, or going to almost 48 up to 50 over the 3 years. And as indicated by the CFO of DPSA, we do get our allocation that is ring-fenced through the DPSA. This year, we are working around 45.8 million rand to do the work that I just explained. That's the split in terms of the sub-programs. As you can see, corporate services, as usual, it takes a lot because that's where you pay audit fees, that's where you pay rent, the lease as well. But most of the funding then goes, as you can see, executive support, which is the Office of the ED, just getting 10%, but most of it has moved to program 2. And in terms of economic stratification, that's the split. I think that's my last slide. Sorry, Chair. I was trying to get out. Thank you. I can try the video, Chair, for 1 second. Apologies about that. Now you can see me. Still is the camera. I don't know what's going on. I really don't know. Apologies for that. I'll try to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bukedi.
Innovate. She must innovate.
Yes, Chair, I agree 100%.
I think it's my gadget. I think it's my gadget. I don't know what's going on because the video, it is on, but yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Any point of emphasis before we open the floor for engagement by honorable members?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think that the areas that the teams were presenting, I had summarized at the beginning of the meeting, and a good afternoon to you. We were not here at the time. And when I was doing so, but mine is more to say, for me, this board is working together because the work of each feeds into the other. It becomes of critical importance. And therefore, Chair, I would just love to leave it at that and indicates that this is the one department that is better poised to create this environment in the public service of a public servant of our dreams. And therefore, let's work together in building it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister, for that. We will then open the floor for engagement by honorable members. Take into account the fact that we are left with an hour before 1 o'clock. Let's open the floor. There are questions on the chat from Honorable Mateo Tebula. I hope the team would have noted those questions so that in their response they must not forget these questions that are on the chat. Let's start with the Honorable Tim Bratasek and then followed by Honorable Khai.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Chair, if you're having a difficulty, please indicate so, and then I will post all the questions on the chat section as well. Are you able to hear me, Chair?
Yes, though it is a bit difficult, but we have heard that because of the connectivity, you will note your questions on the chat. Thank you, Tim. We have noted that.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll do so.
Thank you. Let's then give over to Honorable Khai.
No, thank you, Chair. It got me by surprise. I thought that Honorable Tim was going to go first, but he's got connectivity problem. So I've not yet sorted out the mic. Let me start with the department, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair, to the Minister for the overview and also DG for the presentation of the MTSF targets and the programs by Ms. Linda and the budget by Mr. Makura, and also the presentation by the NDTs. Chair, let me start with the department. First of all, I just want to check with regard to building a capable and a state or a developmental state. There's a report of the State Capture Commission. I was wondering if the department has taken into account, or what is it that the department is doing with that report to check where are the loopholes in terms of public service administration, and also where can they tighten up so that departments, they guard against corruption in departments. I'm not talking about the general corruption strategies that they have, but how far have they taken into account the report so that they tighten up and avoid a second state capture in the country. Chair, the other issue I just want to check the number of bills that the department will be taking to Parliament. I was looking at the website of Parliament. I haven't seen these bills, any of the bills. My worry is that I know in the NCOP, the programming committee decided that September would be the deadline for submission of bills from the NA, because the processes might take us beyond 2024, and therefore, if they go beyond 2024, it means therefore in the 7th administration or 7th parliament, those bills must be restarted. So I was going to advise if perhaps the ministry could liaise with the leader of government business so that those bills, if they are ready, they be prioritized so that they are quickly dealt with by Parliament, both houses. But also I was wanted to check as well if in some of the perhaps clauses in the bill can they be gazetted rather than be subjected to the legislative process that is going to take time. For example, there are some provisions that come from this framework towards a professionalization of the public service, rather than perhaps including some of those, especially the devolution of powers from the executive authority to the HODs. Such powers, can they be gazetted instead, even if maybe at a later stage, they can then be formalized in the bill itself or themselves. But also, I want to check to what extent, if these powers are devolved to the HOD, to what extent is it going to affect the ministerial delivery agreements that ministers have signed with the president. I think this one, Chair, the monitoring of service delivery, that also goes to Public Service Commission. One is that there are challenges that seem to be seasonal in nature. You know that every year there will be these kinds of challenges around the service delivery. It seems that government is unable to deal with these kind of challenges once and for all. The example of when universities or colleges reopen, you always expect that there will be protest around issues of accommodation, NSFAS, and all that. It seems like the government doesn't have interventions. I'm referring this to Department of Public Service and Administration as well as Public Service Commission. Why can't they come up and engage with the Department of Higher Education and Training so that all these challenges, what are the root causes of these challenges? How can they be addressed once and for all? So that next year in 2024, January or February, we don't expect that there will be protests, though they are right, but it seems that these are just seasonal. So every year we must expect that there will be protests during that period. Why can't we deal with these challenges once and for all. Chair, I just want to find out with regard to load shedding, how other department or the public service is affected in terms of service delivery. But also the improvement of implementation of Batupile principles. I just want to find out, rather than the Department of Public Service and Administration relying on departments in terms of feedback, whether can't we have as departments kind of client satisfaction surveys, where if I visit a public service institution, I know who is serving me, but also I get to be given maybe a paper that I must fill to indicate how satisfied I am with the service that is being rendered by the employee of the state, and that I can put it safely in a box within the institution, so that those that are higher up in terms of authority can also know, so that you don't just rely, department just send this information to the Department of Public Service and Administration, but the people themselves must be able to indicate how satisfied they are with the services that are being rendered for them. But also linked to that, Chair, the use of ICT, 4IR, that CP Center for Public Service Innovation referred to, the 4IR, the AI. I think by now there should be services that members of the public don't have to go to the institution to be physically there for such services. By now, there should be some services like we do with the banks, for example. I don't have to go and queue in the bank to transfer money to somebody else. I can do that, on my gadgets. Can't the departments also identify the services that are safe? Also, you need to guard against fraud and also interfering with the systems of departments. If perhaps maybe Center for Public Service Innovation can come in as well in terms of responding to that. There are bills that in the report, I think it was a quarterly report, that are still stuck in NETLAC. I just wanted to check if there are any timeframes that NETLAC is subjected to, in the timeframes in terms of dealing with the bills that the social partners in NETLAC are being consulted on. On this program that deals with the negotiations, I just want to check, other than the salary negotiations, are there other items that are still outstanding? I heard that there's issue of job evaluation that is still being dealt with. Other than those two, are there other issues that are being handled, so that you can also motivate employees, even if they don't get what they wanted in terms of salary increase, but if there is improvement on some other conditions and perhaps some other benefits other than the salaries. For example, though this is a birthday example that I'm making, sometimes it is now better to be poor than to be a middle strata or middle class. I mean, if you are poor, at least you have access to a free house, you have access to free education, no fee school, you can take your child to university. But if you are a middle class, you may not be able to do that. And most of the people that in that middle class or middle strata are in the public service. I was thinking if perhaps the government could not also consider some benefits that will motivate employees in the public service. Unions normally would talk about the minimum service level agreement, especially those that are working in areas where they should be rendering services 24/7. They've been talking about this so that there could be skeleton staff. I don't know whether this is part of the negotiations. If it is part of the negotiations, if we could get updates as to what is happening with regard to that. Chair, in the report, there's this issue of the long-term precautionary suspensions in the public service. Always compare public service and private sector in terms of handling disciplinary matters. They are very, very slow. And what is also worrying is that the departments that are in the public eye, even now as we speak, there are issues around this Department of Correctional Services and the Department of or the SAPS. Those are the two departments that have highest numbers of precautionary suspension. There's a suggestion from the report of a committee of or ministers committee to review and deal with these issues, and also or alternatively independent panel of lawyers. I would go for the independent, if I may make a recommendation, independent lawyers, because ministers may be busy to come together to deal with these matters. My suggestion would be to go for the independent panel of lawyers. But also, Chair, I would like to request more information, even if it's given to us in writing. Those precautionary suspension per each department. If we can be given more information in writing, particularly with regard to the time of each of those cases. You may not necessarily give us names. If, for example, Department of Agriculture, there are two, maybe one has been on precautionary suspension for this number of days, months, or years. The second one is on this, without necessarily mentioning names. So through you, Chair, I would request that kind of information to be provided to us as members of the committee. I don't know, we're dealing with the department and also its entities. Maybe let me stop with the department. I'll come back on the entities, Chair, because I need to also look at my notes as well. Thanks. So.
Thank you, Honorable Khai. Honorable Boshoff, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to everybody. I have two questions to the department, please. The department is aware that some time ago, my colleague in the NA, through a parliamentary question, was told that 1,823 senior managers are employed without the prerequisite qualifications. Now, this department has many vacancies. I want to know from the department whether in filling these vacancies that they will ensure that the people that they appoint will be appointed with the prerequisite qualifications as stated in the advert that is going to be placed. And then the other question that I have is on lifestyle audits. I'd just like to know whether the department has commenced. If it has commenced, how far are they? And what are the outcomes on this? We know that the president has spoken to lifestyle audits, but we don't see any reports with regard to that coming out. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff. I see Tim's hand. I don't know whether is it a legacy hand or what. I guess it is a legacy hand. I know Tim's questions are on the chat. I hope that the team from the department has noted those questions. Maybe from my side, just on the one on the department, the public service amendment bill and the public administration amendment bill. One of those bill mirrors the municipal systems amendment bill, which prohibits the political office bearers of political parties and also members of political parties for occupying employment both at lower level and also at the senior level. Or let me say, occupying employment positions, as a result of which SAMU has declared its intention to take the Municipal Systems Amendment Act to court on the basis that it contravenes their right to associate and also to participate in a political organization, because the Constitution makes provision for ordinary members of the public or citizens to associate in terms of a political organization, and also to participate in the political activities of the political organization. Initially, they had no issue with the restrictions as it pertains to managers occupying political office bearers position, meaning top fives or top sevens. But now with the act cascading that to all the positions, that is the threat, and that is the sense that I also get about the two bills that are on the table. Maybe just clarity could be sought as to whether is it envisaged also, or there are lessons to learn from the threat by some. Initially, they took the Municipal Systems Amendment Act successfully to the Concord on the basis of paying, and then it had to come back. So now, the biggest one is that the Public Service Administration Amendment Bill also, the Public Service Administration Amendment Bill also does the same. The second one relates to CP under the Center for Public Service Innovation. There is a program around these school LMS. It says the school LMS makes learning and teaching materials available for learners electronically and online. The solution is an integration platform for the distribution of ebooks and interactive content, as well as functionality that facilitates the submission of digital handwritten lessons and assessment. I know that there are two provinces that have been doing quite well, and at the center of those excellence was the smart board technology and also e-learning in general. The question that I want to ask is whether this innovation by the center of the school LMS, is it building on those initiatives, or those initiatives are running parallel to this? And if that is the case, what are the lessons that could be learned from this new initiative, with a view to ensure that an opportunity like this is not explored to the extent that the value for money becomes an area of discussion. The second one is whether has an assessment been made on the use of the system and the data and device to students targeted by the system. Because I think we are aware that the Internet Service Providers Association of South Africa announced that almost 1,000 local websites, including provincial departments of education, would be zero rated, and that South Africa were available to access these websites with a fixed or mobile data, as long as the country remain in a coronavirus-related national state of disaster. Now that the disaster is left, the question that I want to ask is: has there been any interaction with such institution? The third one, on the tuition center, like as you have indicated that Northern Cape has also embraced this initiative, which is a new multi-year development project with the province to develop a virtual tuition center. The question is whether will users be able to access the virtual tuition center remotely, for example, their phones, and can the department elaborate on the concept? Let me give over to members that said they will come back for follow-ups on the entities. Let me just check. The Honorable Khai.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. And I also need some innovation in terms of this camera. Okay. And
you got it right.
Sorry.
You got it right.
Yes. With regard to the Public Service Commission, Chair, I think the same concern with regard to the bill, because I also checked the bill of this Public Service Commission amendment bill. I can't find it unless the website of Parliament has not been updated. I would also suggest the same route that so that it be fast-tracked, that it be submitted to the NA maybe as soon as possible, so that it is also submitted for concurrence on the side of the NCOP before September month. Also, perhaps maybe this goes both for the department and the CPSI and Public Service Commission. The issue of professional ethics workshops. I was going to suggest that if this workshop on ethics could target SAPS, the South African Police Service, traffic officers, the correctional services. I'm not saying others should not have this kind of, but for me, the priority would be these that I've just mentioned. But also to PSC, the issue that are raised with taking forward and deal with the findings of the recommendation of the State Capture Commission. What is it that the Public Service Commission is doing to take those recommendations forward? They may not necessarily be directed to them, but they are directed to the public service. Especially the monitoring of work of the law enforcement institution that are also meant to take forward this work, the NPAs, HAWKs, and the SAPs. Yes, I think those are the on the issue of the National Anti-Corruption Hotline. I just want to find out whether the Public Service Commission has its own hotline, or does it monitor the presidency hotline? If I could just get a clarity on that, Chairperson. With regard to NSG, I just want to find out if they wait for the departments to come to them, or do they also initiate on their own and also conduct skills audits in the department and therefore suggest interventions? And then the CPSI, it would have been good if they were to give us perhaps the outcomes and outputs and output indicators of each of the department. What is it that they will be doing in each of the department to assist with innovation? For example, with regard to monitoring crime, when we engage with the PRASA, for example, which is an entity of Department of Transport, we have always made suggestions, as they complain about the destruction of their infrastructure, the rail lines. We've been suggesting whether they should not invest in drones, for example. That's one the take of CPSI with regard to that. I think in one of the annual reports that CPSI tabled to the committee was that they were busy with assisting hospitals with regard to hospital folders, so that these are online instead of them being, so that the information is is kept online. But also to what extent are they assisting the Department of Transport on issues of online application for driver's licenses, and perhaps this issue of hospital folders, if they could also do the same in terms of assisting South African police services around the issues of dockets, so that we don't get reports where we are told that dockets are missing. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, thank you, Chair. Just the last one then from my side, the national development plan also talks to the development of technical and specialized professional skills in the public service. as one of the critical actions required in the creation of a capable and developmental state. I'm raising this point against the background of what is reflected in the framework towards the professionalization of the public sector, because at the beginning, it starts with an honest reflection of the existing capacity of the public sector. And among the issues raised there is that there has been a decline in the state's ability to improve the skills of public service and produce and train skilled professionals. What it also says that this is exacerbated by the departure of institutional expertise and knowledge as aging cohorts leave the public sector, underline as the aging cohorts leave the public sector. So now the question that I want to ask, should there be a cause for concern? Because that honest reflection gives us a sense that we have not done enough in terms of reforms to ensure that the technical expertise and experience and professional managerial skills are reproduced, are retained within the public sector. And I guess this will definitely have a bearing on the delivery of basic services. If the team can just make a reflection on that. Over to you, Minister and the team. I guess you will indicate the approach. You'll have until 10 to 1 so that we use the last 10 minutes to clear our in-house issues. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. At the risk of not making this 10 minutes, looking at the number of questions, let me allow the team. Let me just talk on your last question and allow the team, whilst they are organizing themselves in terms of sharing the responsibilities in the response, allow them that space to do that as quickly as they can so that we meet this 10 minutes. But with your last point on the production of capacity versus the departing aging cohort, one of the projects that I will be passionately driving is this one, of ensuring that those who have been in the system for like 25, 30 years, who as of now are not able to keep up with today's challenges of the public sector. I have asked the team to work on a project that would help us relieve that cohort, precisely because you do find complaints of them kind of holding on to this is how we have been doing it, and therefore not being adaptive to today's necessary changes. And therefore we have analyzed PESAL. We now have that report as to how many people at what levels are they who can leave the system without themselves suffering any losses, so that we are able to attract those people who are ready, the young people whom we complain about not being employed yet, they meet requirements in terms of qualifications, but would not have the necessary number of years in the public service. But people who would be skilled enough, highly skilled enough to be able to contend with today's challenges, and who would bring solutions, fresh ideas into the systems. So we are projectizing that, Chair, with a view to increase our capacity, but also to increase the numbers without compromising the wage bill. Because currently a person who's 30 years, 40 years in the system, that person is earning twice or thrice as much as a person who would be coming into the system, differently but able, skilled to carry the tasks. So this is an in-depth analysis we are doing. We won't move without being satisfied that the move will help transform the public service by inducing and introducing fresh skills and fresh ideas. But also it will help us with the numbers, because if by releasing one person who's earning twice as much, it means we can attract key people, which will make the dent in the unemployment, high unemployment rate amongst qualified young people. So I thought I needed to just flag that one, because it's something when I came in, I saw as a potential saver, but we're still working on analyzing the data, and so that we are able to come up with proposals that can be negotiated, of course, and be implemented once we are in agreement with them. We will have to take them to cabinet at some point, and therefore, Chair, that's really the idea around that one. But also working with the NSG with respect to the new skills that we need in the system. One of the skills that we've identified that the system lacks, and for the system to be able to meet its targets, we do need to have, for example, the skills in project management. And currently, we don't have project managers. Whether you talk infrastructure, whether you talk just human capital management, we don't have people who are able to drive what would be called a project. And therefore, these are skills that are necessary if we are to change the way we do things currently, and if we are to make a meaningful impact into the future we want to build. The DG and the two DGs are on the line, and the acting CEO, the leadership of the PSC, they are all on the line. Maybe let's start with the PSC, because some of the questions are quite direct to the PSC. Thank you, Chair.
Yes. Chairperson, may I proceed?
Yes. Let's do that. Maybe what we could do just an overview to each of the team that will be responding, but then agree that we will get detailed response to all the questions, detailed written response to all the questions that were posed, given the constraints of time. Over to you, Acting Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Honourable Minister. So in relation to the question that looks at the minimum qualifications for commissioners, national commissioners in particular, there's no constitutional minimum qualification per se. It's just that the Constitution says that you have to have relevant qualifications that speak to the mandate of the PSC and its core business. But it's safe to say most of the national commissioners have a minimum of a master's, and 2 commissioners have PhDs and are professors. So that's what's actually happening in terms of practice. In terms of our engagement with Minister Blade Zimande of Higher Education, we've already scheduled meetings with the minister to discuss some of the seasonal challenges being faced at higher education level, which include the prevention of, or at least minimization of student protests and issues that we've already identified in the higher education space that need to be addressed. So that's on our calendar as the PSC. In terms of the PSC bill being placed on the list of priority bills, we will definitely be doing so via the leader of government business, and we will take the recommendations by the Honorable MP. In terms of what we have done as the PSC with the state capture report, we had an anti-corruption conference last December, where we had Chief Justice Zondo himself presenting on the state capture report, and we've identified whistleblower protection as a key focus area in this financial year, which will be our flagship project. And on the question of whether or not we have our own hotline as the PSC, we are currently hosting our own national anti-corruption hotline, which basically deals with all cases of alleged corruption.
Thank you, thank you.
And on the issue of the professional ethics workshops, we will take your recommendation.
Yeah, let's agree that you have done enough for now, and then we will await written response. Let's give over to the school principal.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the honorable members. So on the first question, Chair, the departments do come to us when they want us to do their training needs assessments. They do come to us. We also do make proposals to them. So it's an iterative process. That's a project that has been going on over a number of years now, which is the training needs assessment. And for the skills audit, the departments that will be participating have been identified. We're starting with the infrastructure departments as well as the frontline service departments, and the number will grow beyond that. But even for training purposes, Honorable General Members, Minister and the Deputy Minister, we do have an iterative process. Departments come to us to propose that we provide them with training solutions, or we do also go to them. In some cases, referrals will be made, say, by the Auditor General or others when they've identified a deficiency, and we respond accordingly. And then, Chairperson, lastly, the honorable members will have witnessed that in the presentation of both the DGs, the Public Service Commission, as well as the PSA, but the PSA in particular, in their APP, they have integrated the professionalization framework into the APP of the department, because they have a dual role as a department, which is to provide leadership on the implementation of the framework and to professionalize the state in general, but also as a department that employs people. They also as a department are taking measures to ensure that there is institutional development. And that is how we are engaging with heads of departments and heads of other institutions to make sure that the framework is institutionalized across the system. So there is a leadership role in this case, and then there's also within the department itself, how are departments improving their own systems. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Noting that you will also give us a written response. Let's go to Ms. Buki.
Thank you, Chairperson. We will provide more detail later on, but safe to say that the issues around health records and records general, the problem is lack of integration of systems. That's why I think, and a second thing that I want to raise is that you can't digitize something, a process that's not good. Hence, we appreciate what Home Affairs is doing in terms of digitizing records, because the ID would then serve or for all departments as a basis for digitization. But without wasting more time, we will then provide written responses with regard to the other questions raised by honorable members. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beke. To DG. Let's go to the department.
Thank you, Chair. I've counted about 15 or so questions that we need to respond to. So we will submit a written detail in respect to those questions. Just on the proposal from the honorable member around investigating, gazetting of some of the changes we're proposing, we will look at this, we will work on it. There is one area that we've added in our regulations at the advice of legal around the contracting issues for DDGs, but we will explore if we can look at other issues and gazette them as part of addressing those issues. I think the other last thing I would highlight is that on the negotiations and salary issues, I think the MSA, yes, there's a process that is in place as part of the retreat. It's in the agenda. That's in relates to the MSA. The housing subsidy for employees, the medical aid for employees increases on an annual basis. And there are certain allowances that employees have that increase on an annual basis. So the salary component is just but one area of compensation for employees. Otherwise, there is quite a bigger bouquet of benefits that employees have in the public service. We will provide a report on the long-drawn suspensions as per the requirement from the committee. And Chair, we will provide all detail in respect to the other questions. The issue of lifestyle audits, we started this work in 2021, and in 2021, by January 2021, we had about 47 departments that had engaged in lifestyle audits. By January 2022, we had about 74. I'm waiting for statistics now to see after the e-disclosures period has closed for SMS. In May, we will get information on departments that are working on their lifestyle audits. It's not a full take-up, but we're seeing an increase from departments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DG. Any reflection by the Deputy Minister before I give over to the Minister for the final remarks? DM. Minister, any final remarks before we release the team?
Thank you, Chair. And let me appreciate the questions are quite involved, and they really, more of them are more of suggestions to improve the performance. So for me, it's a real appreciation for the honorable members in terms of the suggestions that they are providing, and they're redirecting us to alternatives in some of the areas. We take that contribution as the best contribution that one would have received, especially the best advice. We would want to commit or to assure the committee that we shall leave no stone unturned in terms of trying to improve this in the spirit of what I had raised at the beginning, that of ensuring that we build the future that we all would like to see. With that being said, Chair, let me thank your good staff and the team, that is honorable members, as well as the Deputy Minister, who really gave me the kind of support that one can always appreciate, especially being interacting with the department for the first time, and at injury time more so. So together with the DGs, the Public Service Commission, when I met with all of them, I found people who were ready to work and who were ready to be led, and were ready to lead. With that having been said, Chair, let me thank you and honorable members once more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. As we release yourself and the team from the meeting, have a wonderful afternoon, all the team that is rallying behind you, Minister. We will now deal with the meeting at the time now. We're left with 5 minutes. Let's agree that we will deal with the minutes in the next meeting.
Chairperson.
Yes, Kubega?
Well, we managed to start with the minutes.
Oh,
the
brilliant.
Minutes yes.
No, brilliant. Did you also deal with the feedback on our oversight trip, onbound mission?
Chairperson, we are meeting again as a team because so far we haven't received any the update that we gave last week. There's no changes.
There is no changes.
Yes.
But are we still living? Are we still living?
I guess so, Chairperson.
Okay, good.
Okay.
No, brilliant. Because I think what will be quite critical is the fact that there will be key people there I suspect that we would need to talk to, just to make sure that the trip is indeed materializes. Particularly those that can help us in GERCO, because I believe members are also looking with keen interest. But let's allow you an opportunity then to just tighten those loose ends, and then agree that next week on Tuesday or Wednesday we will get an update.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, let me then take this opportunity to indeed the support of our team from the committee, the support of our communication team, the parliamentary YouTube streaming, and also the PMG, and all the team from the ministries and the department for ensuring that indeed today's meeting becomes a success. You did a wonderful job, and this can only work to improve our work in terms of exercising oversight over our key areas of responsibility. And with those few words, the meeting stands adjourned. But more than that, thanks the chair, Khai, for holding the fort when I was still held somewhere. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you,
Chair.
Thank you.